Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth telling, more problem solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. Good morning, K-Man. Happy, is it Thursday already? Oh my gosh, somebody pinch me. It can't be Thursday. Tell me it's Monday. Well, this week certainly went by very, very quickly. Thank you guys so much for joining me as always. All right, give me one quick second. We got some special guests that are actually going to be in the studio with us today. So 1 second. I'm just going to grab something here. Just need to grab a quick cable. All right, there we go, honey child. How's everybody doing this beautiful Thursday morning? Hello to all of our Instagram listeners. Good morning, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well. All right, we've got Stephen joining us from the UK, Irvlyn right here in Grand Cayman. Happy Thursday. Buenos dias to Miss Alba. She says, ¿Cómo estás? Oui. Good morning to you. How you doing, honey child? Miss Jean is here every morning joining us. So good to see you. Patricia Blake in the house. Olivia here with us. Miss Lucille joining us from the UK. Saying good morning to everyone. Wishing everyone a safe day. Hi, Sarah. Morning to you. You should have the links on social media. Let me just send it out to our usual suspects in terms of the groups as well. I know that they like to join in, and I'm going to adjust the air conditioning because it feels a little bit warm today. It says 77, but honey child, I'm going to have to drop that down to 74, which, normally for me is kind of cold. But anyway, the link for Facebook saying cannot play video. Okay, let me have a look at that and see Wagwan. Huh. All right, let me double check. What's happening here. Should be good to go. But yeah, I see 61 people on there. So that's a little bit strange. Let me just make sure that I copied it correctly. All right. Looks like the URL is actually different. So let me just try this. Oh, it left off one digit. My apologies. I see what's going on. Yes. Thank you for letting me know that. Appreciate it. All right. So that should work. Thank you, ma'am. Yep. That's why I rely on you guys to let me know. Wagwan. There you go. All right. Funny enough, I must tell you that the YouTube listeners have been outpacing the Facebook listeners lately. That started to happen since last year. So that was pretty interesting. A lot of you are now going to YouTube to listen. So yeah, I watched the trends. Morning, Debbie. Sending morning greetings to Zeus. He's around here. He was actually just trying to sneak in to the studio, and I had to stop him because that's what he likes to do. Yes, he likes to come in and pretend like he really is the co-host. Poor Ting. Yeah, that's all right. He's like my frock tail child. He follows me everywhere. Good morning, Jennifer. How is Cayman Brack doing? Hope you're well. We got some guests coming in, but we are going to talk about some comments that were made about Cayman Brack the other day. We're going to set the record straight. Samuel Rose has sent out a corrective message saying he's not moving to the Brack and he's not taking that job. So we're going to make sure that people understand when we say certain things what we mean as well. So we're going to review what was actually said, because they're like, oh, they're responding to speculation. I said, well, okay, but we did make it pretty clear that it was speculative. So, I don't have his itinerary, but yes. Morning, Jackie. Good morning to Miss Deborah. K-Man 49er. Good morning to you, my darling. I do notice a trend, though. The YouTube people tend to remain silent, while the Facebook people are always saying good morning. What's up with that? Where are the manners for the YouTubers? Say good morning, YouTubers. See, just like K-Man 49er. All right, so I played a little bit of pickleball yesterday, so I am feeling it in my knee. I got to admit to you, the left knee is the one that always feels it, honey child. And I wore my brace, but I'm still feeling it. So I think I'm going to have to ice it at some point during today's show. So yesterday, remember I was telling you guys a bit about my test results from my executive health check. Please, folks, I encourage you to know your numbers. It's very, very important to know where you stand, because a lot of things as we get older start to creep up on us. And it doesn't happen overnight. Oh, honey child, I need to adjust this camera. Hold on. There we go. Ooh, okay. All right, then. Let me adjust it up just a toops. Oh, my goodness. My apologies. There. Okay. There. I think that's better. I know that thing in the background looks crooked, but it's really not. There. Oh, nope. There. That's as good as it's gonna get, I think. All right. So listen. Know your numbers. Because really and truly, there was nothing about yesterday that surprised me when the doctor said, look at this A1C number, no bueno. I was like, oh man, because the truth is it's been creeping up for years, for many, many years. I have known that there was a degree of insulin resistance happening. And so now we're at critical point and we need to make some serious changes. And if we don't, so we're going to make some serious changes. But you got to know your numbers. So the good news is everything related to the heart looked pretty good. The calcium score was 0, and that's very, very good. Means that, the chances of having a cardiac event in the next 5 years is 1 to 2%. Certainly doesn't mean that things don't happen, but gives you a little bit of peace of mind. Cholesterol is okay, but when you focus on taking pounds off, all of these other numbers will come down as well. A little bit anemic, which I kind of feel like, I'm not sure that I knew that before, but hemoglobin numbers, funny enough, he said it had gone up compared to last time. So not bad enough where I probably need to take anything for it, but it's there. I thought, okay. What other numbers? Mammography was fantastic. Great. Nothing there to worry about. Got to still go do pap smear. So you got to do all these things. As women, we have a little bit extra to do. You men too. You got to make sure that you're doing your prostate exams. I don't know. How often do you guys have to do prostate exams? Is that annual? I got to ask my friends over at Health City. So when I went there to Cayman Bay location, I ran into Dr. Benoit. He was there and he was looking quite good. I was like, wow, what did you do over the holidays? So yes, no one else gets the spot. Okay. So yes. So he, I had a quick little chat with him and he was telling me that, at one point, some of his numbers weren't the best. And he started to do like a running regimen. And he has found that not only has that been really fantastic for his health numbers, but it has also helped him just feel better, mental clarity. Exercise is great for those things. So remember how we were talking about the fact that exercise is not really, going to help you necessarily lose weight. Like that's not the reason why you exercise. It helps you maintain once you've lost, but it's great for so many other things, right? So, keeping those joints supple and limber and, helping with your mental health. All sorts of diseases have a diet and exercise component. So, you do it for your overall health for sure. So I said to him, I'm not really a runner. Like I can't envision myself. And, sometimes we put limitations on ourselves. So maybe I shouldn't even put this out in the universe, but I've never really been one to be like, oh, let me just run 2 miles today. You know what I mean? Now I might run 2 miles on a pickleball court and not realize that I've ran 2 miles, but that's me chasing a ball. So I'm doing something else, just running for the sake of running. I don't know. But you know what? Like I said, let's not put that in my head. Maybe I've just never fallen in love with it. And there's some aspect to it that I might be able to get into even at my age. And so we're going to start a indoor walk-in plan is how we're going to do it first for a 28-day challenge. And then we will go from there. Now, I like to be challenged in case you guys might not have noticed. Wonk, wonk, wonk. I like a good challenge. So I'm going to start doing a couple like different exercise challenges, and I want you guys to come along with me. So I will be recording these and sharing them with you and showing you the sweat and the workout. And I want you to do what you can do. There are like yoga challenges where you can yoga chair, where you can sit in a chair. So those of you who might have, you might be able to stand up and do stuff. There's still things that you can do. So we're going to get it. We're going to really focus on our health and well-being for sure. Zoe, good morning to you. Getting the tea ready, she says. -0 in the UK this morning. We actually spoke to our cousins. Gigi wanted to call her little cousin. He's only 6 years old. And he was like, Gigi, oh my gosh, it's snowing outside. His little accent is so cute. And he showed her there was a little bit of snow on the ground. It wasn't like mountains of snow, but I think it's unusual, apparently, to be snowing in London. And he was like, oh my gosh, it's snowing. And he had on like gloves and everything. I'm like, why do you have on gloves at night? It's like 9 o'clock at night there. Why do you have gloves on? So yeah, he's like, it's cold. And I said, oh my goodness. So big shout out to the UK fam. Yeah, Zoe, stay warm. That's all I can tell you, honey chill. All right. So we were supposed to have some guests at 7:45. They're not here. So the show will go on and we'll talk about more salacious things in the meantime. I think they were coming on 7:45. Let me just email them, say still coming, ? Okay. So yeah, let's talk about crazy Lavelle, shall we? Apparently a few people sent me links saying that she was calling me a Jezebel or something. I don't know. Who sent me that link? I'm trying to find it. Does she use any profanity in there? Is Jezebel considered insulting the modesty of a woman? This woman, come darling, this woman is crazy. She is crazy. And I hate kind of calling people that, but she, I think, has embraced the crazy and she wants people to, no sweet juices for me, honey child. That will be one of the things I'll be cutting out, just teas and water. Even the coconut water I might have to wash, but bring me one little tips of the coconut water. So I'm having some eggs, some protein this morning. So Lavelle, oh my God. Lavelle, what can I say about her except she next level? Geez, peace. All right, let's watch the video. Let me see here now. Let me see. So there's one that apparently, I think there's 2 videos circulating. There's one where she gets upset with me because I call her out for her ridiculous behavior. Ask me if I care. Can somebody please ask me if I care? Collectively, everybody say, Sandy, do you care what Lavelle calls you? And the answer is resounding no. I don't give 2 cahoots. She is, child, I have to try to be nice when I think about her. And it's a tall order, let me tell you. So I'll watch the one at 345 happenings. What's with all these websites? We got all kind of we got everything 345. They're like the original. And then we got 345 happenings. There's some other one too that's out there and another one. And 345 Wagwan will be the next one. Y'all are just coming with everything 345. No pun intended. All right, let me see. So I'm trying to find the original one that somebody sent me. Oh yes. Here we go. So honey Shaw, she gone after poor Woody. Listen, I will thump you on your head for Woody Foster. You know, he is like the nicest guy ever. Like, listen, y'all done know. If Woody Foster gets sick and tired of you, something must be wrong. Listen, he is such a nice, like, to me, he is like, I don't know. He's just like a super nice guy. So when you see Woody saying, we've had enough of you, and you could almost see Woody's temperature rising a little bit in this video, you know it bad. Woody folded his arms, honey child. Woody was like, WT dot dot dot. Lord, they even had the police there? All right, let me show y'all what's going on. This woman is crazy. I'm sorry. She loves to get under people's skin, and she does it in a way that is like next level. All right, here she is. This should be a reaction video where I'm sitting here going, you know.
I am pressing charges on her.
I know,
Yes.
Right now.
but I am going to sue you.
Perfect.
Oh.
And I am going to sue you, Woody Foster.
Perfect.
I am going to sue you. Just so you know,
Yeah, I
you have absolutely no proof.
She's been banned from the store. And she's been given the letter. She's back. I'm going to call the police, and they want to take me off of my premises. And I press
What location is this? Is this
I am not afraid of the giants in Cayman. I am not afraid. He has absolutely no proof. He knows. Woody Foster knows. I was doing a mission for Cuba and I asked for help. All you needed to do was to say whatever. You have absolutely no proof. And I'm going to sue you.
This woman is so sick. Oh no, this is airport location. Oh Lord Jesus, she is just. I am so done with her. You know, we should. I gotta tell you the truth. McKeeva Bush is responsible for this woman being here because he's the one who gave her status, and I feel like we should put both her and McKeeva on a boat, never to return again. Make him sit for a good month with her and see how much he appreciates being tortured because she's torturing everybody else. Go and sit on McKeeva's porch and torture him. The two you can drink with each other. All right, so she has been banned from Foster's, and I noticed in the comment section when we posted the video yesterday, a lot of you shared your experiences going there and having her begging outside of Price Right or the other location at the Foster store. And so, occasionally I see her at the grocery store when I go, and she always be dressed up with these batty short shorts and high heels. And, the wig that is, that wig has held up good over the years. I got to tell you the truth. If I wore wigs or hair pieces, I need to find out where she got that one from because she's had that same wig forever. And it don't look too bad, she's not a bad looking woman. And she put that wig on and that wig be looking like that be on fleek. So I might have to consider a wig one day. Only God knows when I'm about 80, what might happen with the hair situation. But yeah, so, people have said that she's out there begging, claiming that she's cooking for the Cuban people, and I don't think they need her to cook, or maybe she's the one who burned down the Civic Center. Who knows? But yeah, that's her, despite being banned in November, still testing Woody Foster and still showing up to the store, thinking that she can do whatever she wants. And honestly, this woman is... I'm like, Lavelle, just shut up. When you get to a certain point with someone where you don't even want to hear them talk at all, that's where I'm at with this woman. I'm just like, lady, come now. You're just ridiculous. Lord Jesus. Anyway, there she is. And let's look at it again because poor Woody.
I am pressing charges on her.
I know,
Right now.
but I am going to sue you.
Perfect.
And I am going to sue you, Woody Foster.
Perfect.
I am going.
Look at the look on Woody's face. This man is just like, really, woman? Are you serious? He's like, I'm pressing charges. Good. Press charges for trespassing and whatever else she's doing up in there. You see at the point that he like folds his hands, he's just like, I'm so sick and tired of you. Get out my store. She's just too much. Like, it's just, she just needs to stop the foolishness. My God. Why are we being tortured by this woman? Or she did a whole write-up on it. She pretends to be a journalist. She has a thing called Cayman Breaking News. And founder, which she has misspelled, of Power of a Penny Foundation, did a mission to Cuban in December 2024. Even talking about her just disgusts me. Like, I really don't want to, you know, it's just crazy. But here we are, folks, in the Cayman Islands with this. This is what she wrote, honey child, this level of embarrassment. She has so much time to write this diatribe. She just goes on and on and on. She writes it in third person. She says, Lovell Marriott, journalist with Cayman, breaking news and founder of Power of a Penny Foundation, did a mission to Cuba in November 2024. She went to Price Right and asked persons to buy items, leaving it with the security for the mission. The store manager, Mario, who is a compulsive liar, she claims, misspelled liar, told her that she can't ask people to buy her food. Miss Marriott reminded him it's the mission she spoke to him about, and he told her to send him an email. Mario called the police, and while Miss Marriott took the letter, what'd she say? Hold on. While Miss Marriott, Miss Marriott reminded him to send an email. Mario called the police while Miss Marriott was exiting. She says existing the store and returned to the store 3 days later. And Mario handed her a letter banning her from the store for 6 months. That's it. 6 months. Y'all need to do a lifetime ban, please. Miss Marriott took the letter and had a meeting with the owner of Foster's Supermarket. She's got supermarket misspelled as well. Mr. Repeated that, Woody Foster. She explained to him that she never begged persons for money to buy food. She refused money many times when persons wanted to donate to the mission to Cuba. She was simple collecting food items for the mission to Cuba. She told Mr. Foster she will continue to shop at Foster's because the letter is a lie. Maybe that's supposed to be letter. The letter is a lie. No police was ever called until that day. She left the store and discontinued, she misspelled that one too, the mission. She discontinued the mission. Okay. And how many Cubans received anything from what was donated? Miss Marriott told her to go. What? Told who's her? Okay, hold on. I think I missed something here. Discontinued the mission. Okay. Miss Marriott made 7 trips back to both Foster's and Price. And each time store managers would insulted her and created a scene, SEEN, by telling the cashiers and customers she was banned from the store not to cash her items, then called the police. Miss Marriott ignored them and kept on about her business. Police came and explained she did not committed an offense, so he cannot arrest her. Yeah, but he can ban her from his store. Miss Marriott told Cayman breaking news on January 3rd, 2025. She visited, she got that misspelled, the Foster's Supermarket, misspelled again, airport store, a Jamaican store. A Jamaican store. Foster's Airport is a Jamaican. Yes, sir. Now this is where it's at. When did it become a Jamaican store? I mean, I know Jamaicans prefer Foster's because probably the most economical grocery store, but okay. So she says it's a Jamaican store now. Yeah, boy. This is where the madness is. What did she say? A Jamaican store. Manager walked up behind her shouting, Miss Marriott, what are you doing in this store? You are banned, B-A-N-D, from the store. I'm going to call the police. Miss Marriott told her to go ahead and do so. Don't harass her. Few steps away, here comes another manager, a white woman, shouted at her, Lavelle, you are banned, B-A-N-D again, from the stote, S-T-O-T-E, then told the cashier not to cash her items because, what a calamity. Shit, I got spell check for this one. She called the police. Mr. Woody Foster showed up and took Miss Marriott items from the cash belt, placed them in the cart, and asked her to leave his store. Finally, 5 police officers showed up. was this yesterday? I'm confused about when this is. On her way out, and Woody told her he wanted her arrested for being on his property. Police said nothing to Miss Marriott, and she reminded Woody that she's going to sue him. Okay, so I guess this is what happened yesterday. And left the store because she did nothing wrong. To say she was not begging people to buy her food, it's a lie. Miss Marriott is so disappointed with Mr. Woody Foster action. A man she held in high esteem would lower his standards to tarnish her reputation, even after she told him it was a lie. And he have no proof of her begging people money to buy food. Cayman breaking news, Lavelle Marriott journalist. Woo, honey child. I can introduce you to the journalist program that I am actually doing. And we can see how that goes. What a mess. All right, Lieutenant, I do see you. I'm sending you a private chat on the screen, so just have a look at that. So we're just waiting for the others to come on board. So, yes, I mean, what a calamity. Reading that made my brain kind of hurt just a tad. And so, Mr. Woody Foster, hashtag we stand with Woody. That's all I can tell you. I can't even respond. Good morning. Anonymous question for several people. Does Miss Lovell get legal aid? Well, she gets legal aid, yes, for her criminal cases. I do not believe she gets them for all of the frivolous other cases that you see her filing against everybody. I think she's sued the police commissioner multiple times now. And so she doesn't get legal aid for that stuff. Good morning, says this person. She's lucky it's Woody she's dealing with. He is a calm, measured, and polite gentleman. If it was his late father, David, or his late Uncle Steve, she would have been sorted out on the spot. Yes, sir. They were going to do it the old Caymanian way. If she hates Cayman so much, why doesn't she just leave? Planes land and take off every day, especially for Jamaica. I think we have at least one daily flight. Apparently, she does go and visit Jamaica, but when she goes there, she seems to act proper, and she's quite seen when she lands on the Kingston soil. So it does make me question her behavior and how much of it really is purposely done to annoy people. This person says they need to name a wing of the new mental health facility after her. Hot mess. Let me see here. Okay. All right. She better not try that nonsense in Kingston. Yeah, I think she knows better. Okay, so Luis, good morning to you. Cassius says insulting the modesty of a woman is an archaic law that has no relevancy today. Women today seem to have shifted the boundaries of modesty themselves. Even the courts have agreed that it's archaic. Well, it's still very much, it is still very much on the books. So, and there are people who do get charged with it still. Shaka, good morning. Good morning to Brother Paul joining us from Bermuda. Joyce Ann in the house. Good morning to Alice. Let me plug in the phone. I was actually sneaking a little charge because it was, I know some of you want to call in now. There you go. Phone lines open, 936-2626. Toll free for Flow customers, courtesy of Flow. Thank you so much, Flow. Diamond Princess, good morning to you. Lovell is like the rest of the leeches in Cayman, says Cassius, looking to suck this place dry. She's looking for a payday so she can go back to Jamaica with money. Why isn't her status being revoked? Well, she has been found guilty of something. I'd have to go and double check what it was. But the court, the magistrates, they don't necessarily focus on what else she's doing in the community. They look solely at what is before them. So they did give her, I think, a conditional discharge, which means that I believe she still has a clean record, which is next level crazy. But it's only a matter of time. She's going to continue to push the envelope. Mr. Woody said in this instance, he wants charges filed. I can't blame him. If he banned her in November and she's demonstrated zero respect for that ban, what does she think is going to happen? I mean, listen, if somebody has, this is where people don't seem to understand the laws, right? Foster's Food Fair, or Foster's, my apologies, they've rebranded, is a private premise. So the public is invited there, but the public is invited there under the understanding that there are certain rules in place, okay? So when you come there, you can't do anything that you want. And if you break the rules, folks, they have the right to tell you not to come back to their private establishment. And I know over the years they've done it with people. And, there are those of us who go shopping and we don't want to be harassed by people like Lovell, who were just there instead of getting a job, because I've never known this woman to actually have a job. She is living off of NAU. NAU is paying her rent down in Randite Gardens. And, she's living off the government. Now, she's able-bodied, as you can see, when she's out there on the streets doing the most. Nothing is wrong with her physically. Mentally, well, there's a question mark there. I think what we're more likely looking at is narcissistic personality disorder. I'm not a professional, but I think if the professionals were to, the professionals have diagnosed her with a variety of different things and have indicated that she probably needs to be on medication. I think Dr. Lukloy has diagnosed her, and according to her, he's gotten the diagnosis wrong. And that's why she has, a personal issue with him. And she's always attacking him. She's attacking Franz Manderson and the governor and everybody else that does not tolerate her foolishness. You know what is shocking to me? She posts stuff all the time on her social media. There's still people there supporting this woman and liking her comments and thinking that what she's saying is correct. And yes, Lovell, it's the devil in these people. It's like, what on earth is going on? So I think, unfortunately, Cassius, the status can't be revoked yet. But I am praying for the day that happens. I think we'll all show up at the airport together. All right. Cassius says to please stop this mass importation of uneducated poverty into the island, building another failed state. Shaka Zulu, are all of our guests, Danny, I see you. Can you give me a thumbs up if everybody's ready? I think we're waiting on one more person, right? Or are we good to go? Colonel Roger Carter is already here. He said he's a military man, so he shows up on time. So thumbs up. Kind of, I'll give you a couple more minutes. Let me wrap this conversation up and then we'll come to you. All right, Shaka says we import this type of nonsense, Auntie Sandy. Not even our homegrown vagrants brought this type of crazy to our merchants and locals. Good morning, Rich. How you doing, honey chow? Oh my goodness. Cassius, it's a mess. Well, Salvin, we do because it's topical. It's what's being discussed in the community in case you missed it. So, we don't ignore topics just because I personally don't like the topic. If it's trending and if it's what people are talking about in the community, which I can assure you, as many times as I got that video yesterday and then her other video, it's definitely what people are discussing. Unfortunate, in my opinion, no two ways about it. But that's why it's being discussed. It is what it is. All right, Damien says, can a person be denied access to buy food? Is that against human rights or anywhere in the Constitution? No, she's not being denied access to, let me tell you something, like I just explained, it's private property. And she's not being denied access to buy food. she's being denied access to the premises based on her behavior. Had she been behaving correctly and following the rules, and if you go to Foster's, you'll actually see that they have posted by the door a set of rules that they expect you to adhere to when you come into their establishment. And if you don't adhere to that, then you got a problem. Now, she can go to another grocery store. So maybe she could try out Hurley's, Kirk's, McRuss. She's got other options. So, Foster's is not the only grocery store in Cayman, and she's going to starve to death. I can assure you of that. And in fact, even if it was the only grocery store, they would still have the right to ban her because of her behavior. And she could just send somebody else to do her shopping for her. All right. Tartarian says, we Caymanians need to come together and protest to have her thrown off the island. Let's do it Saturday so she can be on the plane by Monday back to Jamaica. Unfortunately, that's not how that would work. Everybody is entitled to due process when it comes to their immigration status. But I wonder how she would react to that, Tartanian. I mean, that's interesting because she's always protesting us. So what if we protested her? That might be interesting, but it wouldn't do anything to her immigration status, to be clear. So we got to follow the law. We're legally, law-abiding people. Angeline, good morning. She says this leads a constant harassment to shoppers whenever they attend the supermarket. I've been a victim to harassment in store more than once. And I think that this is exactly why Woody had to make that decision, is because, he has to think about his other customers. And someone said to me that they purposely avoid that location because at times they found that it's just too much of that behavior. Now, as someone who goes there occasionally, I must say that I haven't seen it recently. And I think there's been a concerted effort by the management to have those individuals warned and removed from the store. Leroy says he respects the Foster's group, especially Mr. Woody and Tanya. Morning, Miss Pat. Rashida says, Auntie, please, need your help. What's going on, Rashida? Tell me. Courtney, good morning. Desia says, where are the cow cods when you need them? So sick of her nonsense. Oh my God. I have yet to see what a cow cod actually looks like. Will somebody get me a cow cod just so I can look at it? I'm just curious. Leroy said to call Ozzy. You think Ozzy might still have one? Oh, that's one of those stories that will go down in Cayman history as just a comical moment. All right, our guests are ready. So let's table that. Cece, good morning. Welcome to the program. I saw Cece yesterday. Speaking of Foster's, I went to the one in West Bay and I ran into Cece at lunchtime. So yeah, big shout out to the Foster's group and big shout out to Woody. Woody, we are with you 1,000% on this one. We support you and thank you so much. Okay. We got some important guests in the studio. Everybody, please. We got 453 of you, plus the Instagram folks. If I see one single person log off, you're going to be in big trouble. You're going to get an F- in class today. All right. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to be talking about this exercise called Event Horizon 2025, which is a multinational training exercise in the region. We've got some important guests in. First of all, shall we invite Lieutenant Colonel Roger Carter? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Yes, we're doing well. How are you?
I'm fine. I've been a fan of your show. I've been looking at it quietly since I've been here in Cayman Islands.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you so much and welcome. We're very, very pleased to have you on the program as a guest. Now, can you tell us a little bit about where you're from?
I'm originally from Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, lovely. Very good. And you actually are then a lieutenant colonel there in their, is it an army there in Trinidad?
Well, I retired from the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force in April of 2023.
Okay.
And then I took up the role here as the commanding officer of the regiment.
Ah, yes. Okay, very good. Right. All right. Well, welcome. I haven't yet met you, and so that's why, your face doesn't quite look familiar, but thank you so much. And you and I need to talk because I love the regiment, and I know you guys do a lot of amazing things to help, especially during disaster relief time, hurricane season. And it's always good to know that the regiment is there to help with any post hurricane cleanup and so on. So thank you for coming on the program. We also have Danny Coleman joining us with her team, Hazard Management. Morning, Danny.
Good morning, Sandy. Good morning, listeners, and good morning, Roger. And I have Mark Codling here as well, our mitigation specialist. Great.
Oh, yes. And I know, Mark, you've been on the show before talking about your app. Yes. So welcome again to both of you. Of course, everyone will recognize Danny as being head of hazard management, and she comes on quite a bit during hurricane season, especially to try to get us prepared for the season. And we have also, oh gosh, let me make sure I get the title right. You might have to help me with this one. Is it, what does the initial CDR stand for? Commander. Yeah. Right. So Commander Scotland, his first time in the program, he's also joining us. Good morning, Commander Scotland.
Good morning, Ms. Catron, and Ms. Hill, and morning to Cayman as well.
Yes, so good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. So we're going to be talking about this Event Horizon 2025, which is a multinational training exercise for the region. So tell us a little bit about, what this event is. Is this the first time that it's being held here in the Cayman Islands?
I guess I'll start with that as a coordinating department. So
yes.
It's the first time. We did have a small exercise last January, much smaller scale than this one. So this one is a much bigger exercise. It's an annual exercise. So Event Horizon has been going on for a couple of years now, and it generally takes about 14 participating countries are involved in this. Now, Cayman is involved in 2 of the tracks right now. Say tracks 2 of the activities. There's quite a lot of others. For example, they're doing a cyber exercise over the next few weeks as well. But Cayman is hosting 2 of them and participating in 2 of them. So the humanitarian disaster relief one we are hosting here in agricultural grounds and other places in the Cayman Islands, which we'll talk more about. But also the search and rescue one is being very much involved with our, Cayman Islands Coast Guard and the X-Ray One helicopter. So it's a multi-agency, national, again, every key player from Cayman in emergency response has been involved in the planning of this over the last few months. And it's coming to a head now. So last night, the exercise kicked off at 11 p.m. last night, again, with an exercise, a 7.1 earthquake that hit the Cayman Islands. And we basically asked through SEDEMA, which is a Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, for assistance from the region. Because, again, in this scenario, because it's such a big earthquake, again, an exercise earthquake, we've asked for international and regional assistance.
Wow. All right. So you're going through, and of course, before 2020, we would have said, why are you doing an earthquake exercise? We don't need that here in the Cayman Islands. Well, Mother Nature has taught us that never say never. Anything is possible. So tell us what other exercises you're going to be focusing on. Obviously, we know now that we can get an earthquake of significant strength, hurricanes. What else would you be focusing on?
I mean, think this exercise, our key focus, because there's so many moving parts here. We've got about 140 people arriving in Cayman over the next few days to assist with this exercise. I say, and also on the ship, so involved in the Cayman parts of the exercise.
Right.
So our main focus will be on the disaster relief element. So, for example, we have Bahamas coming in with 17 containers of like a base camp hospital and living quarters and so forth. And they'll very much be involved in the relief aspect of this. So the disaster relief aspect is always something that we need to focus more on. I think in the past, we focused very much on preparedness, but actually what happens once, whatever it's hurricane or earthquake or whatever it is, what happens when we need that relief? I think that's a key part of this exercise, to make sure we're focusing on how we get the surge capacity in regards to relief items and personnel, so that they can help us during whatever the event is.
Very good. And we see the necessity for a lot of different agencies. I know you said you're kind of the coordinating, body here, but a lot of different agencies. So let's talk to Lieutenant Colonel Roger Carter. How does the regiment participate in this exercise?
Right. So one part of the exercise is humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, which is what the regiment is set up to do. Militaries, they participate in humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, but mainly to achieve military ends. We're a bit of a unique organization. We are a military organization that does humanitarian assistance, but for humanitarian ends. So we're a bit unique. And because we're unique, we have some kinds of training that other militaries don't have. So for instance, we train in urban search and rescue, which is more of a fire service thing. I think other militaries are now recognizing the value of having that kind of training, because we all now participate in this whole idea of disaster relief. So what we'll be doing when the foreign troops arrive from Bahamas and from Jamaica and Turks and Caicos, we will be spending 4 days training them in humanitarian assistance and also in urban search and rescue. So we have 4 days of training for them, which will happen out at agricultural ground. And once we're finished with that, we have 1 day of exercise when we will test all of that training, and we'll get an opportunity to work together as regional forces to ensure that we can provide relief for an affected country, in this case, notionally the Cayman Islands.
Nice. Very good to hear. And then we have Mr. Scotland, who is with the, oh gosh, my apologies. He is with the
Cayman Islands Coast Guard.
Cayman Islands Coast Guard. I was about to say Border Control, and I'm like, no, it's not Border Control. Cayman Islands Coast Guard. And so you would deal with, I'm assuming, more on the search and rescue side of things.
Good morning again. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. The search and rescue track basically entails the water landing of an aircraft somewhere between Grand Cayman and Little Cayman. It's a scenario that could be, unfortunately, quite real. We've never tested it before. And it's something that we need to look at both from a practical response, but also getting the necessary requests and the protocols in place to facilitate, one, the response, and two, the aid that would be rendered by our partner nations.
Very interesting. I've never thought about that scenario, an aircraft having to land in the water, but as you rightfully said, that is something that might be more likely than, we might want to think about. But yes. All right, very good. So we do have some questions coming in. Guests are here. If you have any questions about this exercise, please feel free to give them a call. There are 14 participating countries. And so will they all be coming in and doing all of the exercises here in Grand Cayman? Is there anything involving the sister islands?
Well, you want to touch on that? For the 14 participating agencies, it's really countries. It will be across the Caribbean, Latin America region. So, for example, the exercise is taking place in Jamaica, maybe exercise taking place in countries like Panama, Colombia, so forth. So it's a regional initiative. So Cayman is just one of the
14 countries.
Yeah, one of the 14 countries. But in particular, we'll have several of those countries, in particular 4 that will be entering the Grand Cayman. Actually, so Little Cayman, the exercise itself, as Commander Scotland just mentioned, between Little Cayman is search and rescue component. The testing is really looking at other regional support coming in. So we do have our various entities locally as well who will be participating in various capacities, just to ensure that persons have an understanding and able to see what's taking place. I know Danny would probably dive further into details of the communication aspect of it to ensure that the public is understanding of the nature of what's taking place and the benefit to the Cayman Islands. But
yeah, I think that's really important. Again, just so everyone, all the listeners, if you could share the word that this is an exercise, so there's nothing to worry about when you see a load of ships arriving or helicopters or whatever it is. It's very much testing something that we want to test. It's one of those things, as Robert said, it's like a lot of these scenarios are quite real, and we may need assistance. If we had a 7.1 earthquake like this scenario is, we would very likely need assistance from the outside region. So it's testing our abilities to receive that and testing their abilities to deploy to us. And again, how do we respond to that? So I think it's going to be a very exciting week. We do have 8 days of this ahead. from start to finish. So it's going to be quite an interesting one. I know there's opportunities for obviously the media to come and join us. We've also got parts of the national emergency structure coming to join us at several times during the week to observe the training. We won't actually be activating the full National Emergency Operations Centre. We will do a briefing on the Thursday before the exercise starts as to what is happening on the ground in the centre, but it's really a notional activation of the NEOC. It really is, the objective is to test how we work together, how we bring troops in and so forth to assist us if a real scenario did arise with the 7.1 that we needed assistance for.
Right. Okay, wonderful. So the dates of the exercise are going to be from tomorrow, which is January the 10th through the 19th.
Well, it notionally kicked off last night. So we did receive the earthquake alert happened last night to us from the region. And basically what happened was there was a notional request to SEDEMA, which is the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, for assistance. So everyone will be arriving tomorrow, because obviously with that kind of assistance, it would take 2 days or more to get here in the first place. So technically speaking, no one will be really arriving on the ships and so forth until about 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But the exercise has effectively started. We're just waiting for the outside assistance.
Wonderful. All right. So, Lieutenant, tell us a little bit about what the regiment now will be doing over this period of time as well.
No problem. I just want to make a follow-on point on Danny, what Danny just said, because I think sometimes people miss this. But you see that critical 48 hours, that's the 48 hours where fire service, the regiment, and other first responders will actually be operating. Those are the critical life-saving 48 hours. And then on top of that, then we hope to get help from the closest people, which are the people in the region like Jamaica and the others, which is why this exercise is so important. So as far as the regiment's participation in this exercise, because we're a reasonably small organization, we won't be participating in the exercise play because we'll be too busy managing all the logistics, all the planning, and of course the training of the people. So our people will be really involved in providing training and managing all the logistics, making sure that all the feeding and transportation and planning of the exercise, because we're setting up the exercise. It's unique. This is not a skill that other militaries have. So yes, that's what we'll be doing. We'll be in the real scenario, but not in the exercise scenario.
Very good. I did notice an interesting component of this is Air and Cyber Command Unit of the JDF is going to be, sort of involved. Do we have, when we talk about cyber command units, cyber crime, I think, Mark, this might be kind of more up your alley. Do we have any equivalent to that here in the Cayman Islands? Are we looking at that? If not?
I know from when it comes to from CIG standpoint, we do have a focal point within the government itself. But in terms of the military, that's a different, I would say, theory. Probably Command Scotland could add some points to this, but I know that within the different frameworks of national security, probably the approach would be a little different versus what's taking place with CIG, for example, Cayman Islands government. So probably from a military side is where the cyber approach is taken for this. But I know, remember now, the exercise itself, they may have initiatives in other countries that they will be communicating with in this regards to cyber.
Just to add to that, we do have a cyber emergency response team here in government, led by Ms. Pamela Green, and they do have a team there. They're not involved in this specific exercise, but again, we do work quite closely with them in regards to some kind of cyber issues.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously that becomes more and more as technology develops.
Absolutely.
That becomes a very real threat to nations all over, big and small. So, Commander Scotland, any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think when I saw a comment just now around cyber warfare. I think what needs to be understood is it's more of cyber defense. And looking at how entities can actually protect their networks from hostile actors, not initiating cyber attacks on other people.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So we've got some of the details. Danny, perhaps we can go through this of what the exercise will entail. So again, folks, for the next week, if you see a lot of movement on island, don't be alarmed. This is the Event Horizon 2025 regional multinational training exercise for the region, and Cayman obviously is doing our part as part of a good regional citizen, so to speak. So let's talk about, as we go through the week, what are some of the things that people might see that might, cause them to pause in traffic?
Okay, well, the first one, Sandy, is probably tomorrow night, because we do have, as I say, the Bahamians arriving on their ship with 17 containers for the container base camp. This, again, we're trying to make sure it doesn't interfere with Friday night traffic. We're trying to make sure this exercise is as real as possible, whilst at the same time not interfering with day-to-day lives of everyone here in the Cayman Islands. So, as I say, the simulation started last night in regards to the earthquake scenario. And we were alerted this late last night. And again, we've alerted our immediate NEAC, National Hazard Management team. So the arrival will be pretty much tomorrow night, 4 o'clock onwards, with various people arriving by ship. A few people are coming on by commercial airlines, and we'll be working with them to embark them. Working with CBC and Port Authority as well, obviously included in this. But the base camp will be set up on Saturday, and the whole day on Saturday at the agricultural grounds. The forward operating base will be set up at the ag grounds, and that's where they'll be based for the entire exercise, really, as far as living residential goes. But various exercises start on Sunday, and again, the regiment will be leading on the Sunday of various training exercises throughout the next few days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, to the 15th. But again, we do have field exercises, so they'll be training at the fire service at various times, training at the Dolphin Cove. Again, they've got a great setup. Regiment have designed a great setup there for a real life sort of urban search and rescue. So lots of those things going on. Exercise days get happening, obviously media days, invite the NEAC members to come and see it. But again, it'll be a busy next few days. But I think a lot of it, the most interference to the public will probably be tomorrow evening when the teams arrive. And of course, when they disembark on the following Saturday, I believe Sunday the 19th. Sunday the 19th. And of course, that will be to get the containers and get the containers back to the port, back to the ship, and the vessel will obviously leave at that point. But you'll see probably a lot of people around over the next week that you don't recognize in the Cayman Islands. And again, nothing to be alarmed. They're all on invitation here by the National Hazard Management Executive.
Very good. Where is the Cayman Islands Fire Service Training Grounds? I don't think I know where that is.
It's up behind. Sorry, it's up behind the airport.
Yes,
behind the airport. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, don't head down to the fire service.
Yeah.
It's behind the airport. It's a good point. Very good point.
Yes. All right. Very good. All right. So some of the key objectives, you've talked about enhancing capacity for disaster response and maritime security. We saw Damien having a question about getting a helicopter support here quickly. If this was a real scenario, where would the helicopter support likely be coming in from?
What did you want to answer that?
So, that's a discussion we've had in the past. And just to be real, it's likely that our friends in the UK might ask the Americans to help us if there was a real requirement for something like that to happen. But we have a certain level of response that we can get from places like Jamaica, where we could get helicopter support from a regional entity. Of course, we have our own helicopters here as well. Neil Mohammed and his crew from the police provide us with excellent support when we need it. But of course, because of the size of their helicopters, it only has so much capacity. But when you talk about that level of capacity, I saw the guest mention a Chinook. Then that could only come from the US until let's say the UK could bring one across on a ship or fly one across on one of their aircraft, assuming that you can land it at the airport.
Right. And there are times that, I think we saw this even with Hurricane Ivan, the UK had a regional ship kind of in the area. So they were easier, able to deploy that to get it to us fairly quickly. So sometimes they might be in another OTC or something, so they may not be as far away as we think. But I suppose that's why these exercises are important, so that you're communicating with your regional partners. You're developing relationships, if you will, so that they know that in times of disaster, they can count on you and vice versa.
Sandy, I think that's a great point. And at the end of the day, we have to make sure that we are, our national response is as strong as it possibly can be. And of course, that's why we do a lot of exercises together, and we all work very, very closely together. But of course, if you had a real 7.1 on our doorstep, now the 2020, the 7.1 was quite a way away, it was quite deep. So the actual felt feeling of that was a 5.1 or 5.5 or something. So really a 7.1 on our doorstep would feel very, very, very different from what that felt like in 2020. And I think a lot of people in 2020 was really alarmed at what that was, but that really wasn't a 7.1 as it could be. So this exercise is testing a much bigger earthquake, or same magnitude, but much closer to Cayman. Much more shallow. So we would definitely need both regional support, international support, if by chance we had something like this. So again, testing, whilst the ship from the UK is not involved in this exercise, the governor's office are very much included in this whole process. Including things like diplomatic clearance, they've been very much part of the whole planning process. But we would need international and regional support most likely anyway. So I think it's testing all the various mechanisms that could assist Cayman should the needs arise.
Wonderful. And of course, we're aware of NEOC and its role during hurricanes. We see that a lot of times it, is activated and then it stands down as we get to the all clear being given. So that will be an important. Can you just, for people who may not know what the National Emergency Operations Center is, can you just give us a brief explanation of what that, sort of organization is and how it works?
So the NEOC is the National Emergency Operations Center. And again, hazard management is an all hazard approach. So whilst you see us a lot more in the hurricane season, especially last year, it was very busy. We are obviously very much involved in any health, so it could be COVID, we're very much involved. The NEOC was set up for 104 days for COVID. Any big fire, any large scale event, anything that went down in the Cayman Islands, we're pretty much involved if it got to a certain threshold. The National Emergency Operations Center will be doing a brief on Thursday for our cluster leaders and for the arriving participants. But again, it's a notional setup throughout the week. The focus really this week is of how we receive outside assistance in and how we make sure that's smooth. And of course, the track being the search and rescue at sea, whereas Coast Guard and our SIPs are very much involved in that. We're really sort of coordinating regiment again, doing a lot of the training this week, so not involved from a participatory faction, but obviously very much involved in the planning and the implementation of the exercise.
Correct.
Excellent. Now I have a question for you, Mark. In August, I was in Tampa, and this made me think of the application that we have there, the emergency app. And we were all having breakfast, and all of a sudden, all of the phones went off simultaneously, and they were doing an emergency test message. And it was so shocking to hear, because everybody's got a cell phone these days. Every single phone just ping, ping, ping. And even my phone went off as well. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. I obviously had not signed up for any sort of emergency alerts in the US. It's just an automatic thing. Do we ever get to the point in the Cayman Islands, because I know you've been encouraging people to sign up for the local application, but do we ever get to the point where there is no requirement for people to sign up? It's just an automatic thing. As long as you have a local number registered with any provider in the Cayman Islands, you'll get emergency alerts?
That's a very good question. Actually, very beautiful question. The key here, which we've been working on for several years now, we have developed a concept paper working closely with our colleagues from OffReg. So what we're looking at, the current phase that we are in, which is phase 2, which is mobile app SMS, which you have to subscribe to. We have a phase actually in the conceptual stages, but working with different partners, looking at phase 3, which is what you referred to earlier, what we call the cell broadcast system that provides any user, once you're in the proximity of a tower, a cell phone tower, you'll be able to receive this notification. It involves a series of activities, both from the legal standpoint as well as looking at from a technology infrastructure side. So what you'll find in many jurisdictions in the United States, the entities who are very involved you hear the term being floated around, iPods. So with that's basically an integrated public alerting and warning system. And what you'll find is that from that standpoint, there are several frameworks, policies in place that goes across the various states that would indicate that they have to be a part of the system, working with telecom providers from the private sector. So it's really a joint up initiative that we are currently looking to engage with a series of stakeholders. So that's what we're working towards. That's the golden standard to implement. It does come at a cost, which we know, like everything else, but it's something that we actually have started working on.
Well, listen, if I can get alerts from other people about all sorts of stuff, I think it's doable.
It's doable.
Yes.
And it benefits our visitors as well. So if you come on the island, there's no need for you. Once you're in the proximity of the tower, you'll be notified. That's like you mentioned your Tampa as well. Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So Damien has a question. He says, since those alerts come through cell towers, what if the cell towers themselves are damaged?
So that's a very good question again. So what we try to do, we try to have different phases or redundancy in the system. So we have the radar alert system, which we work with. So we work in the worst case scenario. So if there's no power, then we revert to our typical FM radio channels. So if we utilize our local operators, they could send information out. So that's something that we look at as well, to get information out. There are several different methods that we're looking to employ. There was some time we're exploring the use of sirens as well. You could have sirens across the island as well. So there are different mechanisms, but we tried as best. If we have no power, we revert to our old school system, which is really ensuring that we utilize radio systems, which is very robust.
I think going back to sirens, I mean, again, we've seen them around the region, and while sirens are very good, they are, our biggest hazard being hurricanes, and of course, salt. So the maintenance of sirens is very, very tricky. So one of the concept places, again, working with Ofreg, was to make sure that we could choose the best options for the Cayman Islands that would actually work for us and be best bang for the buck. So whilst the sirens are probably good for some very high vulnerable areas, dangerous areas, I'm all for that. But I think across the island, we've seen in other parts of the region, they're the first things that get knocked out in the hurricanes, and also the salt really does impact them. So hopefully the cellular broadcast will come online in the next year or two. But as Mark said, lots of work is going on behind the scenes to make that happen. And that, again, for the public, it's a bit like an Amber Alert. You can't avoid it. If it goes off, you don't have to subscribe. But saying that, in the interim, if we could, Sandy, if you could encourage everyone to download that app, we'd be really grateful. Because, again, it really could save your life at 2:00 in the morning if there was a real issue.
Yes, absolutely. All right, very good. Well, is there anything else that we might have missed that you need to advise our listeners of this morning?
I don't think so. Again, just to not be alarmed when you see lots of action in the Cayman Islands. It's not a threat to any of us. It's actually definitely can help us in the long term to make sure our responses are very effective. And whatever happens this week, I'm a strong believer that we'll learn lessons. They may not all be good ones, but again, that's a lesson itself, making sure that we continue to strengthen our systems to make it as best and most effective as possible.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on hosting this multinational training exercise for the region. And certainly, I'm sure that we'll have opportunities to maybe do some behind the scenes coverage to kind of keep our viewers and our listeners up to date on what's going on.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandy. Thank you, listeners. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
Okay. And good luck. And thanks again.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All righty. So yes, folks, so great exercise going to be happening this next week. So just keep an eye out for them. Be respectful if you see them on the roadways, obviously, as they're doing their job. Preparation. That's what it's all about, folks. We may not ever need it, but it's better to be prepared and not need it than need it and not be prepared. All right. Okay. So let's see what we got here. All right, so we've got up next UCCI. They're going to be joining us. They've got some exciting things coming up on the agenda. So we're going to be speaking with them as well. And then we'll go back once they've completed their segment. We'll go back to some open mic opportunity. I know, Mario, I think you wanted to come onto the program today. So let's see if we can accommodate your phone call after our next guest have completed their segments. Let's bring in Dr. Robertson over at University College of the Cayman Islands. He is the president over there. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
So good to see you again. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Thank you very much. So UCCI always has a lot going on. Dr. Robertson, I must say that you guys have really, in the last couple of years, upped the ante with your offerings, not just course offerings. We saw you set some new records in terms of enrollment, but you have also looked at, lots of conferences, from STEM to, AI conferences, which have been received very, very well by the community. And this year is a big year for UCCI. Now, before we say why it's a big year, we love to have a little bit of participation from our audience. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines now to a bit of a trivia question about UCCI. And what do you guys think? You gotta get it right. And of course, you've got to call in. What do you think is being celebrated this year by UCCI? 936-2626 is the telephone number. On the table this morning, up for offerings, is a $100 gift certificate to our favorite grocery store. Big shout out to Foster's. So if you can get this question right, you can go grocery shopping later. Free of Laval, by the way, I should say, and nice and peace and quiet. So yes, 936-2626. What do you think that UCCI is going to be celebrating this year? Something big. So have a thought on that. I can see those wheels working. People are like, what could it be? All right, while you guys think about that, President and CEO of UCCI, Dr. Robert Robertson, is in the studio with us. We might also be joined by Dr. Livingston Smith. He's the Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs and Workforce Environment, or Education, my apologies. Good morning, caller. Uh-oh, hold on. Let me make sure I've answered the phone. Let me just unplug it and plug it back in. Hello, caller? Oh, I can't hear you. Give me 1 second here. Sometimes this phone is a little bit tricky with the board. Hello, caller? No, I still can't hear you. Let me put you on speakerphone. Hi, caller.
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear now?
Yeah, I can. I put you on speakerphone. How are you?
I'm good. Did someone guess the question already?
No. You're going to try your hand at it?
I think it's an anniversary.
Okay. And which anniversary?
Let's say 50 years?
Yes, 50 years. That's right. Congratulations. You've gotten it correct. That was sounds like you just guessed it, but that was a good guess.
Right.
Exactly what she just did. I will beat her all the way up.
Thank you.
Well, you guessed it correctly, so that counts. So congratulations. You're a winner this morning.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. So yes, that's correct. UCCI is celebrating their 50th year. The university was founded back in 1975. So Dr. Robertson, tell us a little bit about what that means for the university and how you guys will be celebrating the occasion.
Well, it is a big deal. I'm glad the caller got that right. It's a difficult question, but congratulations to her. I think we can all have a barbecue at her house tonight with the free groceries. But 50 years is a big deal. I mean, UCCI has really excelled over that period. It's built a brand that's recognized across the country, obviously, but also the region and the world. There's a lot of graduates who've come through the program, and they've gone on to bigger and better things. And so it's a good start for young Caymanians looking at improving their job prospects, their academic pathways. And I think over the past 50 years, you can point to numerous examples of how that's happened. We're actually looking to reach out to alumni now to develop some testimonials to illustrate that more factually. But it's been a really interesting 50 years. I think there's many more good things to happen, a lot of changes happening in education, but I think UCCI is in a very good position.
Absolutely. So 50 years, over 5 decades, UCCI has grown to be a leader in education, higher education here in the Cayman Islands, contributing significantly to the community and workforce development. Now, Dr. Robertson, workforce development, and I wish Dr. Livingston Smith was here because he could definitely get into this since he's the VP of Academic Affairs and Workforce Education. But I know that in recent times, that has been a real focus of UCCI. Tell us a bit more about what that means in practical terms. What sorts of courses you have decided to offer as a result?
So I think that's a big issue globally. This kind of movement towards more focused workforce development opportunities. We know in the Cayman Islands we've worked with the Chamber of Commerce and with the government on a really detailed survey within the last 2 years of what workforce development means for the Cayman Islands and what kind of courses it needs to generate to build workforce capacity here on the islands. Based on that survey and input from various employers, we've added a number of different technical pieces of the puzzle, I think. So technology, for example, we have more focus on technology. Artificial intelligence, obviously, we're getting feedback from employers that it's critical that students coming out of our programs have some knowledge of artificial intelligence, technical training, carpentry, plumbing, electrical, that type of thing, HVAC, all of those skills are important. But also things like nursing. There's an ongoing need for nursing, not only here with an aging population, but also in the region. So a variety of those programs, we've been adding components to them. We've been adding globally recognized and industry recognized certifications to those programs. And I think those have really helped to develop, I think, pathways for students to meet employer demands. We see an increase of about 6% in those professional and certified programs. And in our general programs, they're kind of stable, but that's not unusual. That's what's happening globally as well. This term, we expect to have about 1,200 to 1,300 registrations. We're already in excess of 1,000. Registration is open until next Wednesday, so it looks like another strong term.
Wow, that is fantastic. So let's talk a little bit. And by the way, folks, we've got a winner already. I see some people who are still trying to call in, but we do have a winner. Congrats to that young lady. So workforce education being so importantly critical. A lot of times we hear people say, oh, we need more technical courses. We need more vocational VOTEC. And I know that through international sponsorships, there has been an opportunity for UCCI to also offer those types of courses. So can we talk a little bit about what that has done to elevate the VOTEC area as well?
Well, we do have international partnerships that afford opportunities for students to attend school, for example, at the New England Institute of Technology, where they have a series of courses and equipment, basically, which is unmatched, not only in the region, in the Caribbean region, but also in many parts of the U.S. So they have some world-class programs that we can take advantage of here. They recognize many of our courses, and so students can stream seamlessly into their program. So, for example, a new one that I think you and I have talked about briefly is with respect to media. So in terms of, video, radio, there's lots of good programming available through New England Tech. New England Tech works with ESPN, for example, in the US. And so there's some really great opportunities also for internships with some of those programs. So, the thought is hopefully students can take advantage of some of those and then come back and work here at some of the big events that take place at the major hotels, as opposed to bringing somebody in to set up a stage and a performance venue. We would have some talent on island, and we can export that talent to the Bahamas or somewhere else if necessary.
Wonderful. All right. So there's going to be a number of initiatives that you will be launching over the next 12 months to celebrate the 50th anniversary of UCCI. So tell us a little bit about what some of those things are.
Well, a number of things. So we will have, I mentioned registration ends on Wednesday of next week, but there will be a number of short courses around some of the specific workforce readiness programs that we just talked about that will be ongoing throughout the year. And so they start at different times. And the intent is to meet the learner where they are. Too often schools have kind of forced the learner to come to the school, on a pattern that's good for us. So sort of September to December, January to April. People don't operate like that anymore. So we will have courses that are available on the weekends, for example, in the evenings, starting in March, starting at different times to meet the demands of students where they are. So that's one of the things you'll see through the anniversary year. In addition, we're hoping to have a couple of key speakers on events of interest and of value to the community. Artificial intelligence, which is ongoing. You mentioned that as well. That's something we really need to stay on top of. I think it's also important to look at the critical linkage to me between like the high schools and the college and the university. So we do have a very robust dual enrollment program currently. I'd like to kind of see that expand myself. I think it offers students a great opportunity and a segue into employment or into further studies. So if we can build on that, I know the government's been very strongly supportive of our dual enrollment programs. The other thing we want to do is to have more distance education. We can actually push product out to Cayman Brac, for example, or vice versa. And so if we had more of a sort of a blended, I'm not saying go totally online, but go to a blended program where you can, move product back and forth. You can then move it anywhere in the region. And you know yourself the value of technology based on the work that you do. And many schools are embracing that. We need to stay ahead of that curve as opposed to behind it. So in terms of the anniversary year, hopefully we can start a center for online and distance education. The other thing we want to try to do is to improve the pedagogy and the teaching skills. So we want to start a teaching and learning center for our faculty, but also other teachers on the islands to improve teaching generally. And we're working with some UK organizations like the Higher Education Academy to make sure that there are certifications that go with that to justify what we're doing.
Fantastic. Any questions? 936-2626 is a telephone number. We do have Pat that has a question. She says, what political science classes are available at UCCI? Can we strongly encourage political candidates and leaders to better prepare themselves?
No, that's a great question. Given all the turmoil in terms of elections globally, it's very important that the populace have a really good understanding of how the government system works and how political science works. So there is a political science program at UCCI currently. We do have connections to US universities and to Canadian universities to continue beyond what we have to offer. We also have a Master's of Public Administration degree, which affords an opportunity to dig deeper into public administration generally. So there are some courses in those areas. I think you'll see in the Cayman Islands with the election coming up that there'll be a series of kind of workshops on how the political system works in the Cayman Islands, and that's helpful at an election time. But it would be better to kind of incorporate that in a broader sense, not just at election time. Like make sure high school students know how the system works and why it's important, but also students at the university as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as someone who has a master's in public administration, trust me, very, very useful degree to have for sure. All right. So alumni can also participate and get involved. So if you are an alumni of UCCI, how would you like them to get involved in the 50th anniversary celebration?
We'll be framing a process for that to occur in the next few days. It's really important. Every time I go to different events, I run into someone who tells me I'm a graduate of UCCI. And unfortunately, we haven't taken advantage of that. So we want to try to have a formal alumni association. We want to, especially during the anniversary year, we want to try to capture the stories that they have about, looking back at the time that they were here and how it's helped them in their careers. And try to get them involved a little bit in, even coming back, for example, and speaking to a class. It's always better if you can hear it firsthand from someone who's been through it. That's my experience anyway. And we can, I'm sure we can accommodate that, and it would be mutually beneficial. I think when you graduate from a program, as you just mentioned, if you have an MPA, for example, at some point in your career, you look back on it and say, wow, that's been really helpful for me. And if I can share that with somebody younger in terms of my experiences, it's mutually beneficial. So that's some of the things we're going to try to do with alumni.
Fantastic. All right. So before we let you go, Dr. Robertson, let's talk a little bit about the spring 2025, which is the registration that is ongoing now. So people still have an opportunity between now and next week to register for your courses?
Yes, until Wednesday of next week, registration's open for the regular programs. And as I said, we're already over 1,000 students registered. Courses have started, but there is still space available. There's still opportunity for courses. So if someone's interested, we encourage them to come in actually and talk about the options that are available. There's advisors who can assist you. Registration officials can help you. For the most part, registration going forward will be online increasingly, so it saves time in lineups. But for now, it's probably a good idea to come in and talk to somebody at this point.
All right, fantastic. So over 100 students already enrolled. So definitely 1,000. My apologies. Yeah. Missing 1 0, but very important 0. So do not miss out on this opportunity. Lots of programs being offered, everything from professional certifications to degree programs. And again, UCCI remains the leader in providing high quality education to the community, university level. So lots of amazing courses, and they remain committed to ensuring that the quality is continually improved upon, offering both in-person, online, weekend courses to busy professionals, parents, and others who might need a bit of an adaptable schedule as well. So sounds great. We know there's a couple things coming up that you guys will be reaching out to us in the coming months. They've committed to coming on at least once per month to keep the community updated on their offerings. So for spring 2025, we just want to do a quick run through of some of the things. Perhaps your kids have been thinking about something to do, or you yourself have been thinking about what you wanted to do for your education. So everything from the School of Nursing, which is a wonderful program, and it's the only nursing program in the Cayman Islands, and graduates remain in high demand and nearly guaranteed job opportunities, both locally and regionally. So you get practical training, mentorship, and career support. They have technical and trade skills. So this is a PTEP program, such as electrical installation, plumbing, and air conditioning, developing competencies in those high demand areas as well. And once again, graduates are prepared to address infrastructure needs across various sectors, meeting very, very high demand for both residential and commercial projects. We've got business and accounting degrees, so lots of degrees and certifications there that align with the financial and legal services. IT and cybersecurity, a very, very good area, continues to be strong. Everything from Cisco certifications, CompTIA, and more. Again, focusing on those core skills, coding, network administration, and even AI applications. Social science and humanities. So this is things like social work, applied psychology, public service management, delving into complexities of human behavior, social systems, and public policy. And once again, students will gain practical skills in counseling, public administration, and community engagement, preparing them to address social challenges with empathy and effectiveness. And don't forget, there is the Weekend Workforce Readiness Center, again, really designed for the working professional, offering short courses in project management, anti-money laundering, and so much more, and offering the flexibility while advancing the career of any working professional. So some really great things, I must say, happening. They are even doing collaborations with the University of Prince Edward Island and St. Matthew's University, enhancing the academic offerings and creating pathways for various exchange programs. And some of these exchange programs, we should say, Dr. Robertson, offer Caymanians the opportunity to go and study overseas at basically no cost to them. Full scholarships available too.
Correct. Yeah. In fact, one of the advantages, I think, in the Cayman Islands is the low cost of tuition generally. And so I know people who are taking courses from UCCI, transferring them to U.S. schools because the cost here is a third of what it would be in the U.S. The St. Matthew's program, by the way, is an interesting one with respect to, medical and veterinary services. We just started that a couple of years ago with St. Matthew's, and we now have more than a dozen students at UCCI in a pathway for entrance into a medical or veterinary program right here on the island, which would then allow them to do their clinical work in either the U.S. or Canada. So, I mean, that's partly what it's about, is to show people what options are available and help them to make those options, as seamless as possible.
Fantastic. All right. So how can people contact the university if they're interested in finding out more information about your offerings?
I think over the next few days, the best thing would be to just physically come in. I know that's kind of difficult for people, but at least they have a chance to talk to somebody about some of the different options that are available. In addition, they can certainly email us or contact us through the website. But in the next few days, we're in the kind of crunch period of registration. So my suggestion would be to physically come in. We'll also be advertising some of those short certification courses more generally in the next few days. You mentioned some of those workforce programs on this in the weekend. We just offered a project management course, and we had about a dozen people take the program. And at the end of the day, 8 out of 12 have passed the final exam, and the other 4 haven't taken it yet. So it's a pretty good pass rate. So I think people want to see at the end of the day there's light at the end of the tunnel, and so that is a pretty good course to take, actually.
Wow, that's fantastic. All right, so maybe pop in. You can get to check out the campus as well. It's nice sometimes to actually be on a physical campus and to see a bit of what's going on. And then you can have the opportunity to, speak directly to professors there, some of the administrators. The email address as well as registrar@ucci.edu.ky. And, I've heard that Dr. Robertson and his team are very, very responsive. So fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. So, wait a minute. Professor Livingston Smith, Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs, he's late to class this morning. I'd like to hear what his excuse is. Let's see.
I don't think I want to get a gong this morning.
Yes. I think
I was on the wrong link, actually.
Oh.
There were 2 links.
Oh no, you showed up to the wrong classroom.
But another president spoke about the wonderful news we have with our 50th anniversary. And UCCI has had a number of phases, Sandra, in its growth and development. Starting in 1975, when we had the first instance of government-sponsored tertiary institution education. And then later on, in 1985, there was an amalgamation of a number of other schools, like the Hotel Training School and so on. From the Cayman Islands High School became a community college. And then in 2004, you will know that we became a university college. Right? And so we are celebrating 50 years from 1975 to now. It's going to be a wonderful occasion for us to look back at what we've achieved, to re-concentrate on our objectives while we're here. We're going to be having a lot of things happening, new programs, celebratory events, signal lectures and publications. We're going to be launching a UCCI research team and things like that. It's going to be a wonderful occasion, Sandra.
Fantastic. Well, we've heard about some of the exciting things that you have on the lineup. And I know that as we get closer to those events, you'll certainly be updating us on those also.
I look forward to that. I know the president was here earlier on, but I look forward to coming back with you.
Yes.
To talking about some of these events at UCCI. I want to end, though, Sandra, by just encouraging persons to get on and get registered. We have a range of courses from TVET, continuing education courses. We have the weekend program. We have our usual degrees from the various areas: social science, sciences, business, nursing, education, social work, whatever you want to do. Come to UCCI. We have it there waiting for you.
Fantastic. And you are excused this morning. I realized exactly, once you said that, I realized exactly what happened.
Right. And I was at the backstage and I'm saying, why won't Sandra bring me on?
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Well, thank you, though. And let me wish you also, Sandra, a wonderful new year.
Oh, thank you so much.
And best wishes for your program as you continue to do this great work. And all the best. And look, you must take me back, though. Carry me back soon, please, so we can talk.
Sounds wonderful. And thank you too, and happy New Year to you. Lots of exciting things going on in 2025. Obviously, again, the University College of the Cayman Islands celebrating 50 years, their 50th anniversary. So that's fantastic, and leader in higher education. And here at CMR, we're coming into our 9th year, believe it or not. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the time does fly.
Yeah, where does the time go? Where does the time go?
Yeah, and I'm encouraging persons to reach out to us. I want to say also, there are many persons in society who are scholars. We have a journal. We have our peer-reviewed journal, one encouraged persons. We have about 4 of them being worked on right now. Thank you for helping us to get the word out last time. We had a really good function where we launched our student version of the journal and our peer-reviewed adult version. Well received. All the journals are out, and we're working on one. The president might have mentioned that we're working on one on sustainability, and that we have this symposium coming up later on this month. All right. So I really look forward to coming on again, and in fact, many of our other leaders look forward to coming on to just give you an expose as to what we're trying to do at the university. We're taking it very, very seriously. Education is too important. I want to encourage persons also, it doesn't matter what you have, there's also something called continuous education. We all have to be doing that. All right. At UCCI, for example, I don't know how much time I have, but I'm just going very fast. The AI revolution is a big thing. And Sandra, we're taking this very seriously. We have an internal AI committee. We want to ensure that all our students leave the university with some AI competence. In fact, we're launching a new program where we're saying to the students, here are 3 courses we want you to do. Go on to Google or to edX. Here are the courses you must do. If you do them and we are sure you have done them, we'll even give you something to say you have that competence. Along with that, we have a number of courses coming on in AI, Sandra, that will ensure that our students leave with AI competence, a vital thing happening throughout the world. All right.
Interesting. All right. So very, very practical ways of getting some continuing education credits. I know for a lot of the conferences that you will actually host as well, there's an opportunity for that there. So fantastic.
Right. And let me just end by saying the weekend courses for this semester begin in February. We're using January to just tell you about them. And the weekend courses are for persons who we know can't have the time in the week, but you can do it on Saturday evenings or Sunday evenings. Project management professionals, certificate in hedge fund fundamentals, AML. We have also courses in CompTIA A+, CCNA, Introduction to Networks. There's a course coming up, I mentioned it last time, and the nursing division has put it together. It's a course to train people to care for the elderly. And we know there's a need for that. And we're going to spend some time telling the society about it, how we're going to run it. It's going to be much better than what others offer, I could tell you that. Because it's going to involve practical elements, theoretical elements. People are going to be on coming to see you how you do it before you go through the entire process.
Right.
And of course, we also have a course in English communication and a course in Cayman history and culture. So these courses are going to be on weekends. Please indicate to us that you're interested. We're going to be sending information starting next week to excite people about registering for these courses and getting a certificate on weekends.
Fantastic. I love it. And I love the continuing education push. Me, myself, delved back into a little course late last year, and I'm continuing my studies. So got an exam coming up next month.
Wow. What are you doing? May become inquisitive.
Yeah, a certification in journalism.
Oh, wow.
Might as well. Yeah, the London School of Journalism. So
that's great.
Yes, it's taxing the brain again.
Yeah,
so
everybody has to do it, Sandra. It's not a everybody has to get back into it.
Absolutely. But it's good. It's good to keep the mind going in all of these different things.
I've just done myself 5 AI courses. I'm moving on to doing one about AI for higher education persons.
Okay.
So we have to keep at it to make sure. I've just done one on AI in the classroom, so we can keep on top of the game. That's
absolutely. And I'm getting my feet wet in the AI area as well. So you and I should chat about what courses you took.
I will start with AI for Everyone by
Okay.
this guy. His surname is NG. Very, very good. And I will also encourage you to do prompt engineering. That even though we use all these AI courses, but when you do prompt engineering, it really guides you as how to eke out the best information by the quality of prompts that you put in. Very good.
Oh, yes. And I can tell you, having used some of the AI tools already, it makes a difference what you instruct it to do.
Precisely. And I learned about things like hallucinations, that, these things can give you bad information too. You have to check it out yourself and make sure it's okay.
Yeah.
It's very interesting what's going on.
All right. Well, send me some of those links because I definitely.
I shall do that shortly.
Tartarian asked, how long will the project management course take to complete?
These are 7-week courses. They are short courses.
Okay.
They're linked to professional certifications. One is going on right now that end next 2 weeks, and the other one starts in February. We're going to be sending out flyers with all of these courses. They're intended to be short courses, the kind of a micro-credential idea, so that you could also use this later on to get into some more advanced courses. All right? And so we're trying to provide all the opportunities for people to say, you have no excuse, really, not to get into the act again. Definitely.
Absolutely. Fantastic. All right. Well, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Again, some fantastic offerings over at UCCI. And don't forget, they'll be coming on every single month just to keep us updated.
And Sandra, you can come on campus, you can leave the radio station and come walk across there. And so on. That's my invitation to you.
Yes. I wanted to quiz. I had an idea, Dr. Livingston, to quiz your students to see how much, when you mentioned Cayman culture, my curiosity was piqued a little bit because I want to come on campus and see, especially for your freshman students, how much they know about different things. Like if I ask them who's the premier of the Cayman Islands, I wonder how many of them can answer that question.
That's a good point. I heard Mr. Winston talking about the importance of civics and radio yesterday. Sandra, when I came in 2000, I was surprised, to be honest, that there was no course in Cayman history at the community college then. And I excited the president and so on. And we started to offer a course called Cayman History and Government. I brought in Mr. Bond to teach it. And it has been taught ever since. One of the most popular courses on campus is Cayman History and Culture. All right? It's a required course for most students. I prefer that everybody does it. But once you do that course, there's so much to learn about Cayman. And I want to also say, in passing, that we have a new course coming on at part of our 50th anniversary, an associate degree in culture. And that is going to be a big part of that will be about Cayman culture. Right?
Okay.
But of course, there are many other elements to it to make it global and so on. But a big part of that is Cayman culture. And you are going to be hearing much more about that later on. All right? So it's vital that universities stay engaged and is not out of touch. We can't afford that. We have to be always on the move to see what else can we do to make sure that we're relevant.
Absolutely. Shaka Zulu says, yes, this is absolutely great information. Happy to hear the school is promoting AI prompting. AI knowledge is for everyone on many levels, folks. Abby says AI courses should be mandatory as it is to learn how to use a calculator. It's the next technological revolution that's here to stay, and it's amplifying productivity in society.
Sandra, with my work, it's so tedious and all the nitty-gritty and all the everyday thing. If sometimes you don't get into the big things, and I have to be careful of that. So I used the other day. What we did, Sandra, I said to all the faculty members, here are 5 courses that you all must do. You do them, we give a certificate. Okay. When we had our PD to begin the school year last year, we had a lot of sessions on how to utilize AI in the classroom. Some persons are a bit shy about it and not realizing that you can bring a lot of complexity to what you do. All right. There are all kinds of ways to ensure that the ethics of education are brought into AI as it's used. So we have to try. What we're trying to do now to say to the professor, no, it's okay. We're going to use it. We're going to use it in the classroom. Here's how you do it. Here are others that are doing it. It's a great tool. It can be misused, but let's use it properly. Just yesterday, for example, Sandra, I sent out to all faculty and staff a preliminary AI policy for the university, developed by Ms. Thompson and Professor Eustace Proceed, and everybody is reading it to have a discussion before we adopt it. All right. So as it is now, all professors have at least those 5 courses AI competent. Some have gone way ahead. Some persons are doing a lot of other courses in the AI. I know, for example, one in particular, Dr. Durham and Dr. Professor Eustace and so on, and quite a few other persons have gone far ahead of the game, trying to ensure that we have that on their belt. One of our journals that we're working on is called AI AI in Education, the Caribbean Perspective. That one has gone out throughout the Caribbean to say, so in other words, we're trying to take the lead on this. All right. I'm also working with my counterpart at UWI. I engaged with the Pro Vice Chancellor there. We looked at the AI policy, we developed our own, and so on. So there's no need for us not to engage. We have to engage with others also, so that we are doing things together as much as we can.
Very good. Well, lots of exciting things going on. One of these days, I'm going to put together a little journalism course and come over there and teach that as well for you.
Let's talk about it.
All right. Thank you so much. Again, folks, Dr. Livingston Smith. I think Dr. Robertson had a little internet issue, but he told us quite a bit. Yeah, that's okay. He president.
And I said something else though before I go, because I think I get one more minute. We offer a range of things at UCCI. I keep saying to persons, come and know what to offer. We have to get the word out, you see? TVET, continuing education, weekend courses. We have our degree courses. We have our postgraduate courses, all right? And it's quite a few things we're offering. Sometimes persons realize that, all right? So we're saying to a person on here, please be a part of this. We're going to be launching an online education platform in a more robust way very shortly. We're going to be launching our research team very shortly, because there are many professors, even though we are principal at teaching institutions, Sandra, we can do a bit more in terms of doing some more research. So we're linking up with other persons abroad, and we're going to launch our own research team to take on some more research, local research, relevant to society. All right.
Excellent. Fantastic. All right. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Livingston Smith. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to coming back.
Yes,
absolutely. To come on campus. Let me know when you're coming. No problem. All the very best.
All right. Have a good one. Okay, my dear. All right. So there you have it. Contact. They said the best thing, they're pretty busy right now, but the best thing to do is just pop in to the university, go on campus. I might go by there later on. I'd like to see all the hustle and bustle of people excited about, continuing their education. And, you guys might remember how it is. Your first day at school, your first day at high school, university, you were just so excited and so fresh, and you put on your best outfits and you make sure everything was ironed. The hair was combed nicely and neat. And you were just, had all your books nice and fresh, and you were happy to be on campus, there to take it all in. And that's how it all begins, honey child. Blackberry says, I might be repeating, but does UCCI offer QuickBooks, Sage, and is that Zero courses? I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce that one. Let's bring Dr. Livingston back on, because I forgot to ask him. Someone was inquiring Dr. Livingston about whether or not, as an expat, if they could take some courses, because they're interested in taking the Cayman and Culture course. Yes. So can expats take courses at the university?
Yes. In fact, that person can do the Cayman Culture and History course in 2 different ways. They can do it in the weekend version, which is a longer version. The weekend version is a 7 or 8 week course in Cayman Culture. I even spoke to a minister yesterday to say, and there's interest in offering it, globally. I mean, in terms of the Cayman Islands, and but you can also do it in the continuing education program. Go online, go to the class schedule, and you'll see a section called Continuing Education, and that section has courses like ESOL, the English for speakers of other languages, conversational Spanish, basic English, QuickBooks, bread making, cooking, that kind of thing. And also you'll find there the course in Cayman History and Culture. That course is most for persons who want to sit the exam, you see? on en route to becoming, I think, PR holders or something like that. But the other course is far more advanced. It's geared towards persons who are working in tourism, persons who really want to have a detailed knowledge of the history and culture of the Cayman Islands. That will be on weekends.
Very good. And then, of course, you do have the QuickBooks course that you offer.
Yes, we do have QuickBooks course. And the person mentioned Sage and so on. And but we do have QuickBooks. What I'll do, I write down the other two there and talk to Dean Paul, who's in charge of this area, and so on. But just toss me an email, please, lsmith at ucci.edu.ky, and so the other two for you. All right. But we do have QuickBooks down for this semester. Go ahead and get registered, please.
Okay, fantastic. All right, thanks very much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, my dear.
Thank you so much, Sandra. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Okay, so BlackBerry, start with the QuickBooks course and then take it from there. All right, folks. I think radio listeners, you'll know that your program ends now, but we will continue the show a little bit longer. We do have someone who wants to call into the show to discuss some issues that they are having. Let's just give them the show number so that they can, this is the young man who was, okay. All right. Okay, all right. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. Uh-oh, I can't, one second for me, darling. I'm still trying to see why. Hello? Oh, there we are. Now I can hear you.
Yeah, I am Romario Morgan from Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
I visited Cayman Island in 2023. My brother-in-law used to over there, and he introduced me from here that I could come over there and stay, but I didn't know the program, how the situation set up there. So I sent the money from over here over there, and she do a 3 months permit for me, and I went over there.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. Let me just understand. So you were looking for employment in Cayman. Your brother-in-law put you in contact with a lady here who took out a permit for you.
Yeah, and he was a Christian in the same way, so I didn't thought it was something like
who was a Christian? Your brother-in-law or her?
Yeah, my brother-in-law, Mr. Myers.
Okay.
Ordinary. So I sent him the money, and they put in a 3 months permit for me, and I went there and was up there, wasn't working, and I have to pay rent and all that stuff. But I keep on sending money collecting money from Jamaica to put in permit because it keep on differing while I was up there. So I do a 1 year permit. It keep on differing, but I realized she was just doing it, not putting it with my police record, and I keep on paying for my police record. So when I find out the truth now, that she was just taking my money, putting the permit and not putting my police record, that it could differ, because I researched that someone who know me, I'm not hiding anything from her, because I was a fisherman and I found some drugs, and somebody told her that I have money so she could keep on doing what she was doing. So I find out and I just come back to Jamaica because I need to get anyone to put in my permit.
All right, hold on 1 second now. Let me understand what you're saying, Mario. You're saying that when you were in Jamaica, you found some drugs and you did whatever with the drugs to make money.
Yeah, I did sold it, not whole, it was like about 4. So I sold it, get a couple millions, like about 4.5 million. And I was sending up money to do permit.
Okay.
Permit to them till I finally go. But she keep on taking money when to do another permit. When I do the 1 year, it keep on differ. So I give her more money. I have 3 more permits.
How much is that? How much is that in US dollars?
I give her it in CI. I give her 2,500 for a 1 year permit from me. But for the first 3 months, I give her 800 CI, and then I give her 850 CI again for the first 3 months. That is deferred right now, same way. The immigration still has that.
Okay.
But she did collect back the 1 year because I speak with the immigration. They let me speak with the refund because I'm not bright, so I did You get me? I'm not. I don't even have any parents because my parents they died from I was 12.
Okay.
My father joined us and my mother passed. He said it's always just me alone trying. So I thought it was an opportunity, and I was there, but I get wholly by insult. When the first time I speak with immigration and I tell her the truth, she said my permit was deferred and I didn't know what defer means. So and I find out what defer means and I said to her, start bringing an altercation between me and her. She met my brother and throw me out the house. So I didn't like how I was living. So that's why I come back, because it reached a point where I was going on time because she let me overstay in the country. Because I'm keep on questioning back about my money. She just don't want to do anything for me. So I end up just go back home and I'm here right now, suffering right now, and she keep on ignoring me, not answering any call from me. And she's just a terrible lady, honestly.
What kind of work was she promising you? What kind of permit did she take out for you?
Well, it was a construction permit license. I worked a couple times with her with it.
Okay.
But since I was questioning about my refund money, everything just started go bad. My time run out, and she didn't. She claimed to say she put him back a permit, but she didn't put him back with my police record and it deeper, and I pay her next money. Since I'm in Jamaica, I make somebody give her her next money again to do her next one. And she just take it again and take it for her again.
Wow. All right. So how much money in total does she owe you?
All right. I can't say she owe me for the next 2 permit that the immigration hold on right now, because that is my money, same me, but the immigration.
And are you sure that she actually put in those permits? I mean, have you verified that they were submitted?
Yeah, I checked up. Yeah, I verified it. Yeah, she did, but
okay.
But that's just our slang that she do. She keep on putting in that it differ, that she get back the refund because I'm not there to get them back. And that's what she do with my 1 year permit right now. She got it back from September. And it's 2 years now since I'm following up with her. She's not even paying me any mind. She's not answering me. No care much. She takes a ball to her, everything. She's not answering me, paying me any mind.
All right. And so yes, sir.
And one more thing is all of my church sister is there for proof, because when I call the immigration, one of them made me speak to immigration, and they were listening to hear that yes, she did get it back. And I text her and said, Mr. Lee, did you get it back? She said, no, not yet. That message that I sent you on the next number, what she sent, she said, no, she didn't get it back. So I was just feeling hurt if she was being honest with me, which she's not. And all of my sisters feel that she's not honest with me because I make them hear for themselves, because they didn't. And I grew up with a bad person. But I'm not a bad person. And I'm honest, and I'm not telling any lie on this lady. I walk away with a lot of things because up to me, the things I have just give them and just. That's why I even take the bait and come up there the first time. So I walk away with a lot of money, but I'm going through a lot now, and to all she's doing me, she kill me. She mashing up my mental.
Wow. Okay. All right. So how much money do you want her to pay you back then? Let's make sure we have that out.
I even tell her because she was saying something that what you pay this out of I say, all right, Mr. Lee, listen to me. I know the immigration I got charged back to them time with them put, but me give at least $2,500. Send me $1,500 out of. She know I'm paying me no mind. I have message with that I sent her all of that. This is what I'm telling you. I can't send you the phone with the same date. I said everything. I go to negotiate with her. She just don't want to pay me any money. She just want me to do this now, like get some justice, bring some law enforcement to her. That I guess this is what she really wants. Honestly, because I didn't want this. I beg and plead to her.
All right. Let's reach out then to her and see if we can reach her. Now you're calling me on WhatsApp. Normally, do you communicate with her on the WhatsApp?
Yeah, it's a WhatsApp line, but she as I tell you, it's like a dummy. She's a dummy phone. She got that. She don't reply. Every message that I send you, that's what she send me in 2 years. all the time. That's all. But it's always me sending her and call her. That's the only 4 messages that she sent me in 2 years. Just one message. No, I don't get it yet. I will get back to you. That's alone. Nothing more. It's keep
in
on
2
stressing
years. Wow.
To call him for so much for so long, right? So not even one answer. Not even one time you can take up your phone and answer me. She know that I'm not bright, but I'm smart, and I will record each time she will call me. That's why I think she don't want to talk to me, because I don't be going or show her, say, look, I'm going to the immigration today, and I'm going to tell them this, and I'm going to show them this. And when it takes us back, that's exactly what I did. So she don't really do certain chances with me. She don't want to hear from me, because I don't really keep up with the foolishness that she do. And I can be cool and tell her everyone is on our permit, they pay for it, because I communicate with all of the person that on our permit. I used to work with some of them.
I mean, does she even have a real company? I'm wondering what kind of scam business is really going on here. Does she have a real company?
It was the RNM Enterprise only. I don't know if it's her. I guess she have parts in the company. She introduced. We go to the office one day, and my behalf, because I wasn't here in front of her. I was in the island. So I go to the company. There were this guy in there that you say is our agent name. Let's remember his name. What's his name? Nigel. She tell me there was a person in there that was our secretary who worked for her, but I guess she's a part of it too. She's a big part of it. She used to collect pay and pay me. I used to wait all day before I get paid from her sometimes when I used to do it. She did it us away. She honestly, Miss Celine Rankin,
where's she from?
All right, she's somewhere from either. She's Newlands, I don't really know her house like that. I never go to hers. I never want to be a part of her.
So she's Caymanian then?
No, she's a Jamaican.
Oh, she's a Jamaican. That come here and get papers.
Yeah, but her kids then is over there, right? She have kids over there. The last name Rankin is her married name. They are in divorce in process, but she still want to keep her last name.
Lord Jesus, what a mess. All right. So I mean, it's interesting to hear this story, because a lot of us suspect that a lot of this is happening, but you just confirmed how much of it is happening today with people taking advantage of the system. Because I'm sure. How did you hear about this show, by the way? I mean, you came on this morning and said you need some urgent help.
I just stay home, Google, and try to find help. There's no one helping me. I got no one there to help me. I'm just use the internet, Google, find out and try.
Because the name of this program is the Cold Hard Truth. So there's a couple of things I want to say to you this morning. First of all, you can't come to the Cayman Islands doing it the wrong way. Okay. So I know you said that you didn't really know kind of how the process worked and whatever, but, we have everybody, I think this is a country of milk and honey, but we're quickly becoming the country of criminals and vagabonds, because everybody wants to come here, but they don't want to do it the right way. So you can't come here and work unless you have legitimate work to do. And so all of these people like Miss Celine and other people who don't have work, who are making people pay for the work permit, all of those things are against the law. But some of the stuff that you said to me that you have done also hasn't been on the up and up, right? So, you say, okay, you're a poor fisherman in Jamaica, you find drugs. Being a poor fisherman, you could have made a different decision with the drugs. Instead of selling them and getting yourself mixed up in that, because then, of course, Miss Celine here, you got money, then she wants all your money and she's taking advantage of you. So it's a whole mix-up situation. What she did to you wasn't right, but then some of what you did also wasn't right. So you have a lot of people in the comment section right now saying that Jamaicans as a whole like to take too many shortcuts, and they often find themselves in a bad predicament at the hands of their own people. That's why I wanted to ask you, where is she from? Because I noticed the last name Rankin, but where is she from? Come to find out, she's a Jamaican that probably married some fool Caymanian just to be able to get status and to stay here as well. So lots of bamboozling, lots of marriages of convenience going on. But let us call Miss Celine this morning and see if we can help you to get your money back. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
All right. So let me see here now. Give me 1 second. Let me see if we can add her to the call. I think what I might have to do is I might have to call you direct and then add her onto the direct call. So just give me 1 minute, okay? I'm going to call you back.
Ma'am.
All right, dear.
No problem.
All right. You see, this is the foolishness, folks, that's happening in this country, unfortunately, that is being allowed to happen, and nobody not cracking down the way that they should be. And so guess what? This is it here now. Let me see. I'm going to call him direct and then try to add Miss Celine. All right. Let me just see now if I can add her to the call. Okay. 1 second for me. I think it still called. Did it still call you in the WhatsApp? I think it still called you. Did it call you direct? All right. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I think it still called him. It still called him on the WhatsApp. Hold on. Yes, I hit the wrong thing. Sorry. All right. So we're going to call him direct.
The number you have dialed is not assigned. Please check the number.
Oh, Lord have mercy. All right. So how I'm going to have to do this then? All right. Hold on 1 second. I think I have to add her number first and then call her. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me see how we're going to best do this. What a mess. No, sir. What a mix-up situation. What a hot mess, I tell you. Wow. All right, so he has sent us documentary evidence, temporary work permits, and so on. We have a picture of her, so we know exactly what she looks like. So Celine is her name. Let's see if we can add her to the program. Yeah, you can't come to a situation with unclean hands. Although, he's owed this money for sure. She's obviously been taking advantage of him. She heard that he had a little windfall of illegal funds. And so, of course, she has been taking advantage of that situation. Not entirely surprising, to be honest, because that is what people will do when they know that you not on the up and up. Let me tell you something, honey child. They will do it. So it's quite unfortunate that he has found himself in this predicament. All right, let me just see if I can, I might have to split this call and call her from one number and then call him from the next number. All right, let me see how we're gonna do this today. What a mess. All right, let's call her and see if she's even going to answer the phone. Audio call. All right. No call upon that.
You have reached the voicemail box of 3.
All right, so no answer from her. Not entirely surprised.
The number you have dialed is not assigned.
Sorry, let me try and call him back on the WhatsApp. What a heat. I tell you what.
She's not going to answer. I call her more than
Yes. So yeah, she's not answering the phone. We called her both on the WhatsApp and directly, and we have not received an answer either way. So let's put up her picture. Maybe somebody will know. What church does she go to? Because they love to be up in church. Which church does she attend?
No, she doesn't go to church.
Oh, finally a devil that's not in church. Lord Jesus, what has this come to?
She doesn't go to church. The person
that's good.
who introduced me to her is a Christian. Like,
okay.
Yeah, she's not a Christian.
Yeah, well, that's good. About time one of them not up there pretending. All right, so let me see now.
I sent you the only picture I have.
Yes. Me see her on Facebook, my dear child. Hold on. Me getting the picture sorted out. All right. Celine Rankin. She got 2 little friends on Facebook. And you say she has a construction company she claims.
Yeah. The office is in town. Next from I don't really exactly know there, because when I was there, I don't really go because through the situation how them treat me and show my clothes, my feelings, so I never really like to go out like that. So I just want to stay in like that. But the office is in town near to the Popeyes.
Okay.
And it's always located where there's near take place name. Don't remember. She always in a salon though. Now near on a street in town, close by to. That's where she always located. She drive X5 and she got
she got BMW X5.
Yeah, she got a lot of vehicles. She even told me that she got properties that she was buying over there.
She high roller, man. She better find your money then.
Honestly, she has things like that. Honestly, I don't know why she behaving like this, and she's just scamming. This is just her game that she always play.
Wow.
This is just her game.
All right.
And she turned my brother-in-law against me because she has things they believe her more than me. So when I was telling them things, they didn't listen to me. That's why it even gets so far as I even hear. Because so I didn't get to know anyone that could do any permit for me and stuff like that. Because honestly, I spent a lot of money to be there. I would have just come back to Jamaica knowing I will come back in disgrace. Not even have a boat to go up to sea. But she forced me and put me in this position right now.
Wow. All right, Celine Rankin, we're looking for you this morning. This man would like to get his refunded money back for these work permits that you claim that you put in. So he sent us a number of messages saying, hello, Miss Celine, good night. Just a reminder about the 1-year work permit. Did you get the refund as yet? She replied and said, not yet. He sent another one. He said, Miss Celine, enough is enough. Now, you know, because now things no pretty and it'll go get real ugly. Is my sister and Miss Myrie, let me know you. Look into what you're doing. Now is no time to play. She replied and said, what you mean? And you say, Miss Celine, it's 1 year and a couple months now since the permit money has been hold on. Why is it taking so long? Just apply for a refund. You reply her again. Hello, good night, Miss Celine. It's me, Romario. I'm just checking on the permit money to see if you mind telling me. I haven't received it yet, she says, but I'll follow up with them on Monday. Now, there's a couple voice notes here. What are the voice notes from her?
Yeah, that's her voice note. That's all the communication I had with her in all these 2 years. And I had a ton load of calls. I sent her a message that she didn't reply. But I just sent you that one that she replied to me about. In 2 years. That's the only reply I ever get from her.
All right.
And all of that that you're telling me, it's lie because I called immigration. Because she used to hide me from immigration. The immigration are nice people. They tell us the truth and they let you know what's going on. When someone don't want you to know about immigration, they're not straight. They're doing something wrong. And so I let her know that that's why she don't want to do nothing with me. So when I get to the immigration, they let me speak to the refund department. It's illegal, but they show me and tell me and make me speak with the person. They told me that she get it back. So all of the message that I sent her, I was just testing her to see she was just being honest with me. So I already know the truth, but I was just testing her and she still wasn't cooperating.
All right, I'm going to play the voice note. Just give me 1 second here. I want to hear this voice and see. She kind of looks familiar, but I mean, I really know. I wouldn't know her per se, but maybe
She got a lot of people of immigration to her friends. She got a lot of friends. She do her thing. She's well illegal. She know how to play her illegal game that she playing. And spend. She's willing to spend money, do a lot of foolishness than to give back the people in the honest money. She's that kind of person.
Wow.
I'm not painting a bad picture on her. I'm just telling what I experienced all the time with her.
Yes. All right. Give me 1 second. Let me just see now if we can listen to the voice notes. All right.
They had deferred your work permit, but I should be hearing back this week. Let me send them the deferral.
And when did she send that message to you?
I guess in last 2 months, that's it. Other permit, I tell her 2 more permit that I make somebody give her money to pay for it. She was telling me.
Yeah, sorry. Even though you don't hear from him, man, I still in process. So I send it in there. I send this one also just for them to reschedule it, right? I gave her the update. I told her that it was deferred. She keep checking on for you as well. So I told her it was deferred. You could send that to her as well. But you know I'm really busy. So sometimes even though I have it, but I keep doing, I send back the stuff. So hopefully this week it will come out and then you can come back, okay? Romaro, you are your biggest enemy. You know, sometimes I really do feel sorry for you. You are the person that fights against yourself the most. I don't know why, but believe me, I can only do what I can do. So do whatever you need to.
Why did she send that one that you're your biggest enemy?
Because of the immigration stuff. I tell her that I'm gonna call immigration. I'm going to get the what do you call the people that the leader put some. I tell her all of those stuff that I'm gonna get justice for something. I'm going to expose her and them something. I tell her all of this. I'm gonna get Sandra number. So she said me have a biggest enemy, so we can go do whatever more and do.
Okay. Someone is asking if her name was Celine Richards before it was Rankin.
Probably, I don't know. Probably, I don't know. I know her as well. I met her. Probably, I don't know. She's from St. Thomas, though, in Jamaica. Our mom is, when I was there, our mom visit her one at the time. And her mom, I wait a week before I get paid, and then her mom bring the pay, come get me. And I was here talking, and I asked her, and she told me that is her daughter, and she told me that she just came up, she's from St. Thomas. That's her mom is from St. Thomas.
Her mom is from St. Thomas. So, I mean, the strange thing is, you told her you want to come to Mall Road and she still never sort you out?
That's the kind of person she's. I'm telling you, she's stubborn, bad. Honestly. You listen to her voice, not listen to her voice. If you're, honestly, I'm not a Christian, but honestly, I'm telling you, if you listen to her voice note, they can hear the general, everything. Just repeat and listen to her voice note. Everything that you tell me is something that she does. it reached a point that she just answered me and tell me something to just cool me at the time. And I can hear it that she's just playing. I can feel it that she's not honest.
Wow.
And I don't know why my sister and my brother-in-law didn't see that, because they say they are Christian. They couldn't even feel what I'm feeling and see that this lady is torturing.
Wow. So you say your brother-in-law and your sister, they're still in Cayman?
Well, she and them is friend like that. I guess because from in the altercation, they don't deal with me anymore. They block me.
What?
Yes, they from 2 years now. From 2 years now, because I don't know what the lady and them explain or what they talk behind the door, but that's why they even throw me from, and the lady go down with the immigration stuff, and we know the truth and start tell her the right thing, and then more people throw me out the house.
All right, hold on 1 second for me, sir. All right, good morning, caller. Hello? Caller? Yes,
good morning.
Sir. Morning.
Good morning. Them people not go answer you because they listen to your show. That's why they not go answer. And if you come today with black hair, tomorrow you go see them with brown hair, the next day. So these people it's just wickedness. These people is on this island. You understand? And everybody know your show. So then if it's something pertaining to them, they not go answer. That's why when you ring, she not answering. What you do? We go get another phone number, and then you dial. You dial another unknown phone number. They wicked because they know your phone number too. That's what they're doing it. And nobody's stopping them. Nobody's stopping them. You know? They got a lot, but nobody's stopping them. And they're not longer doing it, you know?
Oh, God, no. I mean, it's...
They got some other one. They will give me one story yesterday that when our sister here, and she said she won't bring her brother, and when she called, somebody give her one number. When she called up, they said that well, you got pay this woman every week. I think a couple weeks back, I spoke about the same situation, and it says the same woman again that and you got pay every week, whether you're working or not. But the law say if you're not going to work for the people, you shouldn't bring up. That's not what the law say. That's not what the labor law say.
Yeah, yes. Most certainly.
So how is these people allowed to take a work permit and then you're not going to work for them? That's the question I want. Thank you.
All right, dear. Thanks. Yes, I mean, without a doubt, this is an issue. Wow. So somebody said that they know her and they thought she was a hardworking, God-fearing, ambitious woman.
Well, I guess they're supposed to check her out. That's probably somebody
they say that Sheena, she, they're shocked because this don't sound like the woman that they know. Well, it goes to show you don't know people till you know people.
Show them the picture.
No, man, they look at it. They say that is her.
Well, honestly, if he or she is not a fan or family member of her, then he really don't know her. Honestly, to you.
Lord Jesus,
why she don't answer and clear up her name? I would love that to happen. We'd even have video call. I want her to even look at me. Look at the nice person that she meet, or the person look no, or she stressed out the person and
my sources say that she's been under investigation for this sort of thing before.
I definitely sure I'm not going to be the first person. I must know she must, because I know I'm not the only one. I met a lot of persons who is still on our permit right now that even don't get what their money has yet long before.
Wow.
This woman, she don't need to have a date for opportunity for people. She honestly, I don't know the disposition that she has. Honestly, she don't have the right. She don't do the people right to even have a position like this. She's all for herself. I really see it's just money she capable of.
Miss Celine, answer the phone, honey child. We're trying to reach you. We would like to hear your side of the story. She didn't answer none at all.
You have reached the voice.
Oh, she not answering. All right, let me try one more thing. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to try and call her another way and see if she might answer this one. But she looked like she hell bent on not answering my call. Celine, remember now, an innocent person don't have to hide, Come and tell us what's going on. We are curious to know what is happening. Inquiring minds want to know.
Money on each and every international call. Please hang up and log into your.
Oh, hi. I'm trying to call her from. So, yeah, boy, she's just not answering, not at all. All right. Anybody else know her to ask her to perhaps give us a call and explain herself in terms of, what is going on? We would like to know what the situation is and why she's been holding on to this poor man's money all of this time.
There's this security lady at the immigration door that's worked with her as well.
Oh, who is she? What does she look like?
She's, chunky like, and she bleached her skin.
Please wait. Your call is being routed.
All right, hold on.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Miss Celine.
Good morning. Sorry, my love. I was just finishing out my dental appointment.
Okay, no problem. So can I call you back from the regular line and you're going to answer the phone?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, because I noticed you only answer when I call from international numbers. So I was just wondering what was going on.
No.
All right.
No, don't say that.
All right, I'll call you right back. The one use up my international credits.
Yes, darling, right back.
Okay, good. She answered quick when that was an overseas California number. All right, let's see what go on. Let's see what go on now.
Actually, your advisory.
Pleasant, good morning.
Yes, good morning, Miss Celine. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad. We have Mr. Romario on the phone from Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's inquiring about the money that you owe him for work permits that were not approved, that you're supposed to get a refund for. He said it's been a very long time now and he'd like to get his money back.
Who am I speaking with, sweetheart?
Oh, I thought you knew who you were talking to. This is Sandra Hill.
Miss Sandra?
Yes.
Mr. Romario, I had the work permit for him, which I can send you proof that I got the money back when I resubmitted the work permit for Mr. Romario, which he knows that immigration receives them twice. I can send you the receipts if you would like. I haven't received any more. I have even his uncle. I have that you can.
But I have messages from you in your own voice saying that you were chasing up the refund for him.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And yesterday, I went by the office that I used, and I spoke to Joel, asking if he hadn't called Miss Ellie, and there is nothing else in the pipeline yet. But you know,
Miss who? Sorry,
Miss Ellie.
Who is Miss Ellie?
And Vanessa, the people from work.
So those are the people at work that you deal with, Miss Ellie and Vanessa.
It's so sad that Mr. Romario is doing this. You should ask him the work permit that went in if I didn't use my own money to put it in.
You use your own money, so you're saying that he hasn't sent you money time and time again?
He's sent me money time. That's what he told you?
How many? Hold on. He's on the other line. Just hold on one second, Mr. How many times?
And I heard everything that you said, and you're not talking any truth.
Hello?
Yeah. One second. She can't actually hear you. Just 1 second for me, Miss Celine, because I would like the two of you to get this straight, because he's saying yes that he sent you money multiple times. You're claiming that you spent your own money. That's not the same story that he's on with. So let me 1 second, Romario. I'm gonna join you onto the conversation, Miss Celine, so that you can speak with him, because of course we want to make sure that this story is straight. So just give me 1 second here. 1 second there. All right. We're gonna call you right back, okay?
Okay.
All right, dear. All right, so she's claiming that she has spent money on your permit.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I already had a definitely 100% Christian lady came in right now that I gave that lady gave her the money. Personal Sister Judith McFarlane. She's a teacher. I have proof. She's telling pure kind of lie. I told her I never wanted to reach this point. Just deal with me right, because I deal with you honest and always on time.
All right, hold on 1 second. We're gonna call her now on the next line and see what she's going to say. But Shaquem said it. You must owe her money now.
That's a lie. I wish we could get Sister Judith on the line, Miss McFarlane. I have her number as well. That's when she's telling her lie. Miss Sister Judith can back up my truth.
All right, just give me a second. I'm just trying to
take Sister Judith number. Take Sister Judith number before.
All right, hold on. 1 second. All right. Okay.
You're there,
Yeah, no, just 1 second for me. Just, you can send that on the WhatsApp, but I'm just trying to get her logged in so that you can hear her and vice versa. What a mix-up thing. Somebody say, what a bamboo cloth this morning. See, I need to call her in the WhatsApp in order for both of you to hear. Let me call you back. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
All right, dear. I'm trying to see how I'm trying to add her to the call, but seems like it's not quite doing it right. Okay. see here. Let me see if I can add him first and then call her. Unfortunately, so now her phone is ringing busy. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, Romario. Let me see again if I can call him direct. Kingston.
The number you have dialed is not assigned.
You see, what happened is I can't call him direct. So, this is the problem that I'm having. And for some reason, I'm not, well, I just tried calling her on WhatsApp, but now, of course, that's ringing like it's busy. Oh, that sounds like she declining the call. Let's see.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Hold on. I'm trying to see how to add the two of you together. I'm just having a little bit of problem doing that, but let me see if I can do it this way.
That's why sometimes it's not good to help, you know. It's very hard. I would love for you to speak to his sister and his sister and his brother.
Hello, good morning.
Yes. Okay. Here he is on the line. Yes.
Hello, Romario.
Yes.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm going to record this. Give me a second.
Yeah, the whole thing being recorded. You don't have to worry about that. We're live.
Yeah, me want to record it as well as my phone to send to Sister G. All right, yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Yes,
so she says she doesn't owe you any money.
I did not say that, Miss Sandra.
All right. Let's clarify.
You're changing them out already?
No,
Okay.
I did not listen. I did not say that.
Okay.
Listen to what I said, please.
All right.
Okay. What I said was, you asked me to put in the work permit for you. The work permit was turned down, right? Romario? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did I use my own exact money and put it in back for you and it grant and you work for 3 months? Yes or no? Yes or no?
What you talking
No,
about?
the work permit that was turned down for you.
But you're supposed to use your money. You're not supposed to be using his money for a work permit. You're the employer?
Yes, I use my...
You see, I beg you, I plead to you, I call you more than 1,000 times.
You're not answering. I'm asking you. When you
What's
left,
the question you're asking me?
No, wasn't it when the work permit turned down? Wasn't it my money that I used to put it in back when you left the island and go down?
Put in back what permit? What permit you put in back?
The permit were going where you come off Romario.
What? At 3 months or 1 year? See what? Explain yourself.
I'm explaining myself.
Yeah, what kind of permit you put in back for me? I asked you.
So the first time you put in a permit for him, you're saying that you paid for that? That he never sent you money for the permit?
Miss Sandra.
No.
Hold on, Romario. Hold on. Let her speak. No. Let her speak. Go on, Romario. Go on, Celine.
All right, go ahead.
Miss Sandra, would it possible if you add his brother-in-law to the call?
If the brother-in-law would like to be added.
Yes, please, because he's the person that asked me to help Romario. Romario in so much trouble in Jamaica. He's the person that asked me to help Romario.
Yeah, I don't want to call because he's a Christian and I hope and I don't expect he's going to tell any lie.
He won't lie for me, exactly.
Yeah.
I will give you the number, Miss Sandra.
Miss Sandra, can I say something?
Send his number on the WhatsApp. Right. Go ahead.
When I was in Jamaica, I sent my money from Jamaica to my sister and my brother-in-law that she's telling me that she's going to answer the call to do my first permit to come up there. I come up there, and then I said, they in my ears because they know I got the money. They said, don't do an next 3 months, do a 1 year because you have more time. And I give her a 2,500 CI. I give my brother-in-law and my sister to give she. And she did the 1 year. She told me that it differ. And I couldn't work or anything because she said it differ anything. And then she do a 3 months permit for me because I was on the island illegal. So she do a 3 months permit for me and said she would take it back out of my 2,500 when it refund came back. So that's the permit she's talking about that she paid for me.
Miss Sandra, I have proof of everything. Like
I have proof as well.
Well, yeah, but receipts don't lie, right, Miss Sandra?
Yeah, you pay those things with your receipt. You have your receipt. I give you those money, and I have people who give you the money.
So how much money do you say that you owe him?
Miss Sandra, hold on for a second.
Send your brother number on the WhatsApp. Let's see if we can get your brother-in-law.
I don't have his number. She has his number. They don't deal with me. I tell you. But I have proof, Sandra, with everything. Even the 2 permit now in the immigration. Sister Judith McFarlane gave her that money. And these are people that not going to tell any lie. Who's true Christian, not going to tell any lie for me or her. You're changing up her mouth, but she did say she had any money for me.
We're waiting for her to come back on the line. What a mess.
I'm recording everything because I'm make Sister McFarlane hearing it. And I know Sister McFarlane will confront her as well.
Miss Celine? Where's she gone?
Terrible lady, that lady is a terrible lady.
Lord Jesus.
Everyone of my family will look up to me who I used to take care of. See me right beside me in the house here, just staring at me. One day I'm mad, one day everything just gone bad. So.
Where's she gone?
And I say to her, I beg her and plead to her, I'm saying I just want you, I sent voice note to everybody and said, look, I just want you to just.
Hello?
Yes, Miss Sandra, I send you his number.
All right, hold on. Let me try to join. All right, let me try to join everybody together. All right, let me call you back. I think I need to all right, hold on. Let me see. Because I think I have to add him first as a contact. All right, I'll call you back.
Okay.
All right. Lord have mercy. Heavenly Father. No, sir. What is his name? What's a brother-in-law name? Shall we just name him brother-in-law? All right. Let me see now. We got him here. We'll name him, add to contacts, brother-in-law, because me don't know what brother-in-law name is, brother-in-law. In-law. Me don't know him. All right. So let me see if we can get a hold of brother-in-law. Yes, brother-in-law is here. Let's call brother-in-law. And then we're going to add Romario and Celine Pandakal. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, this is Sandra calling from Cayman Mall Road.
Yes, ma'am.
We have your brother-in-law, Romario, and Miss Celine on the phone.
Trying to. Sister Judy.
All right.
I'm going to call Sister Judy the same time when I'm on my next phone. I'm going to call Sister Judy.
So we're just trying to get to the bottom of this mix-up situation, Mr. Brother-in-law, with the permit.
Yes.
What are you aware? Because they say you're the one who introduced Romario to Celine. So what are you aware that's happening here?
What am I aware of what happened?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
What I know, the guy was there working. He was there working with me on the job site as a supervisor. Miss Celine have his permit. The permit finished, and he said, I'm going down. Celine put another permit to him, and the permit turned down. they refuse the permit. I don't know what the problem with him and Celine. Otherwise.
Okay. No, what he said. What he said. Wait. Let me
1
speak.
second.
What
Yes,
he
let
said.
Celine speak.
You remember when he put in the 1 year, it was refused, right? I put in at 3 months.
Yes.
Right? The grant. And then I even told him that I would put the stuff for the next one. When he went down, he called me, begged me to put the permit back for him. Miss Judy came and I put the permit in. She came back. The permit refused. 2 times the permit was refused, Miss Sandra. Twice.
I know about that.
You understand?
I know that.
So all I said to Romaro was just to wait. When the refund come back out, I will pass the time back. I work at the Kimpton, so it's quite busy. And Miss Sandra, you were there the other day, so you know it was really busy. I didn't see you, but I heard you were there. It's really busy. So when he called me in the daytime, it's not as I'm refusing to answer. It's just I cannot answer. My food and beverage.
Oh, you work at the Kimpton. All right.
I work very hard for what I have. And I have extended so much onto this young man. So much I've extended to him.
Can I get a chance?
Yes, you'll get a chance. You'll get a chance. Hold on.
Yeah, and this is how he is repaying me. I have a good relationship with everybody, with his brother, and that's even the only reason why I tried to help him. Because he disrespected me so badly when he was here. And even then, I still try again. Even when they refuse it the first time, I go again and put it back in again, Miss Sandra. You understand? So I don't know. I'm not too sure. He called me. I told him I was gonna call him back at 7 o'clock. It just so happened that I guess dispute I check. I didn't leave Kimpton until after 11 in the night.
But he said he's been chasing you a long time for this refund, and I do have. One second, Celine. I do have voice notes from you saying yes, you were going to get him his money back. So,
well, of course. Well, the thing, Miss Sandra,
yes,
the money that came back, I used one of them to put the money back, to put the permit back in. I told you now, I have all the receipts they sent to me. I even send the receipts to Miss Judy. You understand?
Romario, I don't know if that's your phone that has a lot of noise in the background, but you might have to mute it so that we don't hear it. But yes, so how much money do you owe him?
The only money I have for him right now is like $600. The money that immigration refund back to him was $1,250. They don't refund you the full $2,500. I have all the stuff, Miss Sandra. I can send them to you.
I know that they're not going to refund you the application fee. And they're not going to refund you the $200 repatriation fee.
Sis, I promise I can find out that as well, because I got someone number that I can call and find out.
Just a second, yes.
I can. If I'm not home right now, but I can send you the actual receipt of everything. So I don't need to tell you any lies.
Can you do the talk, please?
So how much? One second, Romario. Miss Celine, how much money in total has he sent you?
He didn't send me anything. It's just the first permit that he put in and the $2,500 that he gave. What the government is gonna give back half of it. The other money was Miss Judith, and my own money I put in there, not his.
All right, stick a pin, Celine. Hold on. Romario, how much money have you given either Celine directly or to other people to give Celine for permit?
All right. Differently from the 2,500 for the permit that I give my brother-in-law on the phone right now and my sister to give her. Differently, and from the 800 CI that I sent from Jamaica. And my sister Judith give her and not a permit money from me.
Which was how much?
So, actually 800 CI.
No, call Miss Judith on the phone. Don't do that. Romara, could you please call Miss Judith on the phone?
How much money did she give you?
No, I'm asking her. No, I want you to call her so she can talk in front of Mr. Sandra Kitchen how much money she gave me.
I was calling her. I would love to have her on the line. I was calling her. She's at work. I was calling her. You heard the phone was ringing. I was calling her. I would love to be she be on line. But let me get my
wow.
So she gave you, and what was that $570 supposed to be for?
because he's down there and she called me, begged me to help him. But she has a receipt on her phone for all of those. Every permit that I put in for him.
No, but when you got the $570, what was it used for?
Please, can I get just one?
Hold on, Romario. Hold on.
Romario.
Listen, I called him more than 1,000 times when you didn't answer. I called him more than 1,000 times when you didn't answer.
So how would you have a voice
answer me.
All right, Romario, just a second.
In 2 years, you answer me more than 10 times. I'm asking you a question.
Answer you, Romario. Look how much time I talk to you.
In 2 years, you don't answer me 10 times. In 2 years, I don't hear from you 10 times.
But you know,
if you're not talking about Jesus, I don't seriously get around going to tell the immigration. That's all the whole time I get a reply from you. Listen, I'm talking only truth. And I'm not telling any lie.
One second. All right, Romario, just a second. Celine, these companies that you're taking out these permits for, these are your companies?
Mom?
Are these your companies? You have a construction company?
Yes, Mom.
All right, so you're putting in the work permit for him. He said he sent you the $2,500 initially, then another $800 plus another, how much you say? 5 something? So you're saying the one that is supposed to be $800, you only got $500 and something out of that one.
Mom, the lady have the receipt for what she get. And Miss Amari, me feel so bad to try to help, you know. I swear.
No, but let's stay focused on the dollar amount, right? So $500 and something. But what did you actually use that money for? If it's for the permit and the permit wasn't approved, you should be prepared to give that back to him.
So how come was I over? This lady's a thief, and I'm telling her in her face. And she do me bad.
So you do, I mean, Miss Celine. All right, Miss Romario, just hold on a second. Romario, you are going to just hold on 1 second for me. Celine, you admit that you owe him some money, correct?
Yes, Mom. When wow.
So how much money? Can we agree on an amount? How much do you think you owe him?
With what I pay for myself, only $650.
What do you mean what you pay for yourself? What does hold on, Romario, hold on. What does that mean? You're charging him a fee for the permit?
I don't charge anybody any fees for the permit.
So what you mean what you owe for yourself?
I'm saying what you want me to pay back to him?
The permit fee. And how much was that? What was the $2,500 for? So if he gave you $2,500, right? You need to deduct the $100 application fee, the $200 repatriation fee, because immigration does not refund those, and then you should be giving him the rest. What money would you be taking out of it?
Miss Sandra, then you currently, definitely you're not aware of how immigration works.
Well, tell me.
Okay, when you put in the work permit, right? If you pass over 3 months before they read the work permit, they don't give you back the full amount.
Hold on, stick a pin. If before they read the work permit, what does that mean? You're saying the work permit was approved and then you cancel it? That don't make no sense. There's no such thing as reading the work permit. If the work permit is approved, Romario, stick a pin. If the work permit is approved, that is one thing.
Miss Sandra?
Yes?
The temporary work permit was approved, right?
A temporary work permit for $2,500?
No, you are just put, Miss Sandra, are you going to just please listen for a second? The first work permit was a temporary work permit. The 1 year work permit was for that $2,400, the $2,500, right? That permit was refused after 3 months after the first one was there. That's all I told you. If you give me till in the evening, I will send all the proof to you.
So you're trying to say, hold on. You're trying to say that you had a temporary work permit and you put in a full 1 year. They're not going to refund the amount on the full 1 year because a temporary was approved. Those are two separate permits.
No, I did not say that. Okay, let me repeat what I'm saying.
So what are you talking about the 3 months for? Because you're saying after 3 months, they're not going to refund the money? That don't make no sense. Hold on, Romario. Hold on, Romario. Hold on. So why wouldn't they? You said because it took them 3 months to look at the permit. That doesn't matter. If they come back and they say it's declined, at the point that they say that it's declined, you would be entitled to a refund.
But not for the full amount. You don't have to take my word for it. Just call down there and ask them, Miss Sandra. You don't have to take my word for it. They refund $1,250. They will not refund the full $2,400. Yeah. You don't have to take my word for it. Just call and ask them.
On a 1-year work permit that is turned down, they're gonna. All right, hold on. I'm gonna call Works right now. Hold on, everybody, just hold on, because me don't know what kind of bamboozling. According to you, now Works stealing people money, because this don't sound right. 945-9672. Hold on. All right, we got to ask them exactly how it go.
And thank you for calling Work. Please be advised that all calls may be recorded for quality assurance. If you know the extension of the party you are trying to reach, you may dial it at any time. Otherwise, please listen to the following menu options.
How do they tell us and put us on hold?
Good morning. Thanks for calling Work. Michelle speaking. How may I help?
Hi, Michelle. Morning. It's Sandra Hill. How are you?
Hey, Miss Sandra. How are you?
I'm good. Yes, honey child. Happy New Year to you. I have a question. I have some people on this line who are in a bit of a dispute over refunds. So I'm going to ask you.
Need to explain to you too. Sorry, ma'am. I have you on speaker because I'm just having some new colleagues that I'm in training with.
Okay. So and I have you on speaker because all these people are listening in to the question. So hopefully you can answer it. So if someone puts in a 1-year work permit, right? Construction, say the permit was $2,400. The permit was turned down. What are they entitled to in terms of a refund amount?
Were they on a temporary onto the 1 year?
Yes. So they had gotten a 3-month temporary approved.
Okay. So they would only be probably entitled to half because of the fact that they were eligible to continue working from the temporary onto while waiting out the 1 year.
Thank you.
So they would only be eligible for half of the work permit fees.
Only half of the work permit fees they would get back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what processing time does it take for you guys to refund?
And it all depends too also, Ms. Sandra, because like if it was over a 6-month period that the application was processed, if it was like 6 months or less that the permit grant was dealt with, that they would be eligible. If it's over 6 months, then they wouldn't get back anything, ma'am.
Okay, I see. All right.
Because
so
they had the right to continue working.
Yeah. So in this case, she's saying that he continued to work. It took 3 months. So that's why he was on a 1 year. If it was 3 months, how much would he be getting back?
So if it was, if the 1 year was dealt with within 3 months less than from the 1 year application, then once it's less than 6 months, they would get back half.
They would get back half. Okay. And how long or an average? I mean, you might not specifically be able to say, but what's the average processing time?
No, because of the volume of the workload right now, I can't give you an estimated time period.
But it shouldn't take years.
They are working as best as they can to deal with getting them dealt with.
But would it be several years, or is that a long time?
No, ma'am.
No, it wouldn't be several
years. Not being funny, but no, ma'am, it wouldn't be that long.
Okay.
But it could be a matter of weeks, maybe a month, or maybe more.
Okay. All right. That's very helpful. Thank you so much, my dear.
You're welcome. Take care, okay?
Okay, darling.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, Celine. All right. So I understand what you're saying now, because he continued to work during that time. They basically deduct. Yeah, but that's not really. Yes. I mean, you wasn't really explaining it properly, because when she said it, I understand. So, all right. No problem. We're not going to argue about that. That's no problem. So at least you owe him $1,200. Can we agree on that figure?
Yeah, man, no problem. Miss Sandra, whatever you say right now, I will take.
Miss Sandra.
All right. Hold on, Romario. I just want us to come to a conclusion where we can agree on an amount, and then Miss Celine is going to agree on when she's going to send you that money. Now, here's the other thing, Miss Celine. There's too much back and forth between you, Romario, the sister, the brother-in-law, the church friend, this one, that one, right? You need to send this money directly to him so that there's no in-between person who think that they can make a deduction because they're helping with the process. Maybe they're trying to take a transaction fee. I don't really know how this mixed-up situation works. So, Romario, are you happy with getting $1,200 back?
Yes, it's because as I tell you, I'm suffering here, and they leave me to die, to everything just squash out. That's what I see what they did. They was trying.
All right.
So I appreciate anything that I get.
Okay.
Because I
all right. So $1,200, that's CI dollars. Okay. You do the math with the US, is what he would like to get back. Celine, how soon can you get him back his money?
On the 20th.
All right. The 20th of January. All right. Romario, that's okay with you?
Well, honestly, I guess your date is there, so I have to wait, which I have to just appreciate it.
All right. Celine, you know how to get Romario. All right. You know how to get Romario back the money by the 20th, right? So that's basically a week and call it a week and a couple days from now. That's Monday the 20th.
If I don't receive that cash, I get back to you, sis.
Yes, you can let us know. All right. Okay, Miss Celine, we all on the same page now, right?
No problem, Miss Kitchen.
All right. It's Miss Hill for over 10 years now, honey. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. And you said you heard I was at the Kimpton. I didn't see you, but you heard I was there. I had a very nice time, by the way, at the facility. Yeah. And for the first time, I got to watch the fire show, which I didn't even know you guys did. It was very nice. All right. Yes, ma'am. All right. So sort this out. And Celine, I mean, there's a lot of mix-up situations going on here with this.
You have no idea, Miss Hill. You have
yes. I mean, from what I've heard today, I can hear it's a lot of mix-up. So
yeah, okay. I'll take the licks with it. It's fine.
All right. Okay, my dear. Good. Western Union, I guess, might be the best. I mean, I don't know which one of them you uses, but all right, my dear. Thanks very much.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
All right, good.
Appreciate it.
All right, brother-in-law, I think we're all resolved now, all right? Oh, Mr. Brother-in-law, you still there?
Yes,
yes.
Okay, Miss Kitchen.
All right.
That's all right.
So, okay, your brother-in-law sorted out now, so I guess you guys can maybe start speaking to him again. Your family might be important. You never know. All right?
That's okay. Okay.
All right, have a good one. Good morning, caller. What a mess.
Good morning, Judge Sandy. How are you?
Lord Jesus.
We would not have all of this problem and then giving you the problem, try to solve the immigration issues. What the hell is wrong with the immigration? Allowing people that does not have a legal company to get work permits. And to me, that is wrong.
There's a lot of questions that have
immigration and the work should look into this and investigate. Okay, if you want a work permit for a construction company, let me prove to me that you got a construction company. It is wrong. How these people can get away with this? All they're doing is selling services that they don't have any legitimate business to do.
Listen, there's a lot of questions that come out of this, and the number one question is, why is she even taking a man money for a permit? Because he's not supposed to be paying for his own permit.
It really bothers me because this should never. The authorities is at fault, and should be. Every one of them should be arrested for false pretense. That is fraud.
Yeah,
it's really sad, and I'm glad we got people like you that nobody would ever touch stuff like this to let us know what is going on in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had it to do, I would give you the governor's job too.
What a hot mess, no sir.
Anyway, Sandy.
Thanks, Mr. Dexter.
Good work.
I appreciate it.
Don't let people break you, because there's a lot of people. You know what's so funny? I talk to a friend of mine who go to church all the time. But I listen to Sandy when she's on the radio section, but I don't listen to her when she is talking only on the computer.
They can't take the words. But me not really been using too many this year, make a cut back. I'm gonna cut back so the church people can continue to listen because they complain that they like the sis too.
I thank you for that because you got to remember that everybody wants to hear.
Yes.
Everybody wants to listen.
Yes. Yeah, man. Make I watch my pot him out.
All right, then, Sandy.
I appreciate it, honey. Chill. Yes, that's a New Year's resolution. Cut back on the potty mouth so that the church people can watch the after hour show. No problem. I'm here for the church folks too, honey child. God bless you. All right. What a calamity. Y'all gotta help me find some new words though. Because when I feel for cussing, we need to find another. Because all I can say is what a mess. And y'all know I want to be saying something else. We'll work on it. Ay, caramba. There's another one I can use. Que planchera. That's all clean. All right. What a heat. He'll settle for that amount. It's not precisely, I couldn't go too back and forth with the whole this amount, that amount. All right. We'll just have to, go with that. So the 20th, Celine is going to send him his money back. There's a lot of questions here that really, really need to be answered. And WRC, please get on the program. Y'all need to do something. Damien says WRC can prove the refund also in the date. Well, it sounds like the money was refunded, It doesn't sound like that was not done. Yes, please get the name right. It's Sandra Hill now. Been married to Mr. Hill for, oh gosh, what is that? 10 years? Over 10 years already? Lord Jesus, where did the time go? Wow. Time is just flying. Shaka Zulu says you need to start a People's Court program from 4 to 5 daily. Oh, that's school pickup time, honey child. But they like to call during the morning show anyway. So we can clip it and re-air it in the evening so y'all can get the Hennessy at that time instead of the morning Milo and coffee and keep listening. Rasta jaw. That's another word I can hear. I can say yes. Cassius says, Sandra, the Rich Report warned us, but the political arm buried it. They ignored everything in it. What a mess. Somebody said this morning, Sandy, let me tell you what they said because it made me chuckle. They said, and all I'm hearing is, today. People are confused as the application of our Constitution. They're talking about that fool, her name is Laval. They said it's vertical, not horizontal. It protects the people against the government infringing on their rights. It doesn't apply outside of government, which is very true, but a lot of people miss that point. So yes, fosters can restrict anyone they want. Excuse my language, Sandra, as I have all the respect in the world for you, but we are the F word, royally too. Because of our undying greed for money, we're destroying our children's future in this country. And I say, yeah, we beyond expletive. Lord, it's raw. I don't know what we can do, but we need to clean this place up in a lot of ways. Gabby says she not send that money. Oh no, I think she'll send it. I think she will send it, honey child. I think Celine understands what's going on now, so she can send the money. Let's have faith in Celine, shall we? Right, and we'll ask him for proof once he gets the money back as well. Okay? What a mess. What are we going to do? We are in a mess. Marcia says, I work with some white people and my patients love listening to you, Sandy. She keeps saying you are good. Yes, we got lots of British people, American people. Everybody loves the show all over the globe. Jamaicans, Caymanians, everybody love it because, the truth is the truth. We just here to try and help people get themselves sorted out where we can. Diamond Princess says most of the construction workers pay for their permits, and that's something that immigration really needs to crack down on. If they carry out investigations on all of these work sites, you'd be surprised to know the amount of them who pay for their work permit. As we've seen with Fred McLaughlin, came in and doing the same mess. Shaka Zilla says, OMG, it couldn't be more blatant to see/hear what's going on in the country's immigration system. Darlene says, maybe those who have to clean up the mess, they are the mess. Oh, well. Yes, that's partially true because, again, take, for example, John Dwayne Seymour. He breaks immigration laws all the time and not paying people pension insurance, and yet he is the minister responsible for labor. Have it make sense. Have it make sense. You can't be a lawmaker and a lawbreaker at the same time. Good morning, caller, honey child. How are you?
Good morning. This is what I want to say to you.
Yes, my dear.
You see when I say something, I don't be telling no lies. You know how long this been going on. Because you know what happened? And this is what I say. These are the kind of things that you do. Sometimes I'm not talking about them to try to help people, and you get the same. I mean, what I was telling you was similar. But listen to me. This thing been going on down for years because you know what happened? The poor Jamaicans that are desperate to get here to try to make their life better. Sometimes they don't even have the money. And listen, what I'm telling you is that I know people that all sell stuff to get the money, to give these people to pay for the permit to help them. Sometimes some don't have the money and they'll tell them, well, I can pay for it. And then when you come and work the first, whatever, we can reduct it back. That's been going on. And like I keep telling people, that's not supposed to be. If the person help you, they're supposed to pay for the permit. But you see, this is it. They in other words, like they making them believe that they're so willing to help them, but then they won't pay back. They're not helping them out of their good heart and say, well, I'll pay for it, get it, and you continue working, you understand? And whatever. So this been going on long time from my old airport days. This not something new. And it's not right. I keep telling people that the employer is supposed to pay for your permit. The person that you're taking out for the permit for not supposed to pay for it. But this is what I tell you, there were scammers long time in the world, and it's worse now because they got John Crows now. They're not scammers, they're John Crows, and then they're trying to hurt their own people. Because right now, my first gardener who speak to me, because I speak to him about handling his own Jamaican, and he from the same place that some of them are from, but because he get him, and he married Kimanian and get papers, then he tried to treat them like dirt. And I said, that shouldn't be, because you're not no bigger than them. They're all people, and all come from the poor country, and all know what suffering was. But that's how people are. Can't stand prosperity. And this is the thing. I not got nothing, but sometimes I'm willing to help. I need help myself sometimes, and coming back. So when I called in the other day and say about the house and what, I know I don't get that. That was a joke. But whoever this Marshall is, he's a big mouth, and or she, I wanted to tell him, I don't know you, you don't know me, so keep out of my business. Don't be passing no remarks on me about the last caller, because I'm not expecting nobody to fix my house up or give me no room or give me no bathroom. I'm only just made a joke and say what I need. I need it, but I know no politician not gonna give me that. But people is too willing to depend in people's business. I call in the show and I don't call in bashing nobody or whatever unless they say something about me. So whoever he is, he needs to mind his business. He don't know me, I don't know him, and I don't care to know him. But as far as I'm concerned, he's a big mouth and just looking for news and just like to how bad things to say about people. So whoever he is, he needs to listen and don't comment on nothing I say, because if he know me, I will cuss him out.
Well, my dear child, yes.
They're too fast. When people call in, they like to call, and people that can't talk is the ones that try to talk about people. So they should try to go in a rabbit hole and shut their mouth.
All right.
They just I'm just on the show looking news. And like I said, no, that's not perfect. Everyone has a skeleton in our closet, so they can't talk. The only perfect person was Almighty Jesus Christ. That's why he that had to die for us to curb our sins. So they need to try to hush.
Mm-hmm. All right, honey child. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Y'all got Michelle riled up this morning, boy. Who did that? What a hot mess. Okay. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning, Sandy. How are you doing?
Hey, not bad. How are you?
I'm just between fine and excellent.
Well, that means you're doing pretty darn good.
I think everybody in the island should certainly be enjoying this nice, beautiful weather, man.
Oh, yes. Nice and cool.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But just a quick note. I think it is important that people can get on the YouTube, especially, and watch what's going on in the UK, in England.
Oh.
Yeah.
They got problems too?
Problems too.
Oh.
They got multiple problems with these people coming in there about the migrants. They are taking over. I said that to say this. Unless we have a drastic change in the Cayman Islands, we are drawing the same blueprints. We're making ready for the same thing to happen in the Cayman Islands. This whole thing that's going on here with immigration and about work permits, people are coming here and they don't have jobs to go to. How the hell they get through like that? How they get through? And nobody got the gumption or the balls to get up and say, look, we know what you're doing, so this is not going to work. The only thing that I see may be helpful now is in April, we can have an election. Hopefully, we'll have a dramatic change in representation. It's not pretty much, I hate to get on the show every day.
I don't know if it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be dramatic, but first of all, you seen some of the people coming out? Well, I mean, some of them worse than what we got in there now. So I'm not too sure that you're going to be satisfied.
Well, some that are rerunning, shall I say, for election in West Bay, I know some of those guys, and I would really like to see them have a second chance because things happen, the people here and there and all sorts of things. And let's put it this way. He that is without sin should cast the first stone. That's it. Okay? And I don't mean to go in and try to pacify or what old people say, cloaking about it in the wrongdoing, but oh my God, is this the best that the Cayman Islands can do what's going on right now? I say again, and I'm going to leave with this. That immigration thing, that needs serious overhauling by an independent investigation because it is something radically wrong. People are coming in here 8 and 10 and 12. Oh, you should see where some of these people are staying Sunday. I mean, it is unbelievable. Unbelievable. They're like in a little storeroom there on top of bunks. I mean, this is disgraceful. When anybody come into this island, they should be able to carry an enforced officer and say, this is where I'm going to stay. And then you check back again and make sure that that's where they're staying. Because this island is overburdened with people. We've got too much people in this island that is absolutely not working. And some that are working, they're not legally employed. My dear, I'll let you go. So have yourself a pleasant day and enjoy the weather.
Thank you, my dear. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, it's a royal mess. Wow. Okay, this person says, good day. Cuss today, tomorrow isn't promised. Hashtag expletive. Y'all just like badness. That's all wrong with you people. Sure. Lavelle posting again about every church leader, person with a similar spirit that stand to speak against this word. Did she mean this world? I command you to die instantly. I command your heart to stop by the power. Oh, what the oh, Lord Jesus, please, Sandy, don't cuss, don't cuss, don't cuss. When I see stuff like this, I tell you what, I want to cuss. I gotta be honest. I'm not about to lie. This Lavelle is a fucking, a nuisance. Look, yeah. What the hell do this woman? No, sir. What's she calling down? She calling down damnation on the people that came out. Woman, get your ass out of Cayman. We don't want you here. Go back to Jamaica. Go there and call down damnation on your own people and see what they can do for you, because they'll bust your head open. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Arthur. Happy New Year to you.
Hello, you back in Cayman? Are you still flossing in Honduras? What are you doing?
No, I'm still on vacation. I gotta get away from that stress, Cayman.
Stress? You must have got a woman down there. Tell us the truth now. Cha.
No, I am actually married.
Oh, you see, you're not fooling me. I know something going on down there that keeping you in Honduras.
Yeah, I was island girl, man.
I hear
no,
you.
No, not against the Caymanian woman now, you know. I got a good Caymanian woman too. Yes, man. This the hand that fate gave me, and that's
Yeah. You got respect it.
Yeah.
So this crazy woman Lavelle calling down damnation on us, talking about by the power that raised Jesus Christ from the dead. She want the earth to shake and bury Cayman Islands alive now by the fire of God. You can imagine this foolishness. This is the only country in the world where she could go and walk up and down the streets with half her ass hanging out like she likes to do, with high heels and wig on and looking so good and proper, living off of NAU.
Yeah. Exactly.
You ever seen such a thing before?
Cayman go to now and they can't get the help
no,
they need
sir.
to do.
This woman something else.
But to this conversation we are having this morning, they just now let me turn this whole thing around from a different perspective. They shouldn't get no refund because it's drug money, and the boy admitted for it being drug money.
Well, immigration didn't know that when they took the money.
Yeah, but still they know it now. So
well, the money already refunded, and it been refunded long time.
Okay, and leads me to another point. They should have some kind of proof of fund verification system there, because a lot of this thing is going on. It depends on who it is that go with the money. They're not gonna have no questions. They're just gonna collect the money like pimps, like the Cayman Islands government. So it goes show you the anti money laundering in working. You could push it through in small amounts and in certain cases, because even if he had got money, okay, let's say if he had got this money if he had put this drug money in the bank in Jamaica, and he go and say, well, okay, I have this money now from a bank. I got this out of a bank in Jamaica. There's no way of knowing that bank in Jamaica did due diligence to find out where he got that money from either. So there's
always loopholes. Yeah, there will always be loopholes, to be honest.
Yeah, so he did good. He got the drug money returned back to him. So they just gotta watch that in the future, because a lot of that is going on. And they shouldn't have people like that, like I'll tell you the truth, shouldn't have a construction license. She got a job. She knows nothing about construction. Probably she just get these people to come in and just do whatever they could do, freelance, work without supervision or anything, and then just collect the money off of them. All that kind of thing shouldn't be done, because they're on the bidding the Caymanian people and all that kind of stuff that really needs a job and can do a good job. So all that, like a foreign national, don't care if they get papers, should never get construction license. All that they gotta do now. They gotta put a limit on all of that kind of stuff.
Thank you, honey child. I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay.
All right, go and enjoy the little Honduras breeze. You're missing a good one in Cayman, I can tell you that. All right. Somebody said Lavelle should come on the show. Anybody got her number? So, I mean, this already turn up. Somebody says today a Friday, because it feels like this a turn up Friday show. Another person says my emotions ran the gamut this morning. I went from confused to angry to laughing my butt off. You should charge to watch your show. It's so entertaining. Oh my gosh. What somebody need to do what? Lavelle needs someone to clot her in her expletive mouth with a conch shell. Lord Jesus, not the conch shell. What the hell? Good morning, brother from overseas. Getting some messages from our regional partners this morning. Lord have mercy. That one says kaboom to Mr. Morgan about the work permit, WRC and permits. Hold on. Anybody has Lavelle's number? I would call her if I knew her number. But I don't got her number, child. So I don't know. Just leave Woody Foster's and leave Foster's alone. I go there shopping. I don't want to see it, to be honest. Good thing Mr. Woody is a sensible man and can just keep his cool. Good for him, honey chill. I tell you what a calamity. All right. Oh my goodness, excuse me. I think that's it. We solved the problem today, so I'm happy about that. Darlene says, yes, Sandy, Honduras breeze and Honduras sweet wifey. Yes, sir. They like them Honduras women till they fix them. That's all I can say. I'm not saying nothing else. I thought Mr. Wood would press charges. Yes. He tell them the police he want press charges, and I don't blame him one bit. Good. Marshall said Lavelle's an idiot. If Cayman goes down as she wants it to go, she will also be going down with it too. Well, she not business. In her mind, I guess she'd be saved. Natasha says criminal proceeds from drug sales automatically would lead to denial of a work permit. Oh God, sorry. This medication makes me a little drowsy. If they knew that, yes, but they may not even know that. That woman should be charged and everybody involved in the handling of the funds. Cayman is a mess, says Dominique. Darlene says, amen, praise the Lord. Hush, Sandy. Oh, somebody got her number. You all are too shady. Oh my God. Show of hands this morning in class. Should we call Lavelle? Do we really feel like having, because y'all know if I call her, I gotta be cussing, I'm sure. Do we really want to call her this morning? Show of hands. Let me see. Class, raise your hands. Who would like for me to call Lavelle? Just put your hands up. Tashi said, say it louder for those in the back. Tashi got hands up. Who else? Call her, says Lucky Body. Caller is correct, says Shaka. Proof of source of funds needs to be enforced for banks. Marshall says call her. Who else wants me to call her? Shaka Zulu says yes. James says yes. Gabby says yes. Me. Oh, Jesus. Good morning, caller.
No, Sandra, leave her alone, please. Don't disgrace yourself, please. That's a mad woman. Don't care who say they just want us. Leave her alone. We don't need her to scandal us no more than we are. Leave that alone, please.
Well,
please,
she got scandalous anyway. So we might.
Yeah, but don't care who say. Yeah, but don't get your pressure up with that. You never know. You may get a stroke or a heart attack. Please, no. All
right, honey. No. Everybody else saying yes. Miss Jim says we need a good laugh. Christopher says call. Marjorie says no. So she's with Miss Shalma. She's saying no. YouTuber says yes. Carla says yes. Lord Jesus. YouTuber is like, and a little smiley face. Gabby's like, call her. She got fix you, says Darlene. Woo, honey child. I think I need fixing. Shamika, hands up. Chosen. Anna says, yes, it's long overdue. Let's call her. Let's see if she can answer the phone. Everybody. Siobhan says, yes, my hands are way up. This one say, call her and tell her about her effing ass. Woo! Call her, says this one. Call that bitch. Oh my God, y'all are too bad. All right. First crazy call of the year. Why not? We gonna do it. All right, here we go. We'll call her direct first, see if she answers. Mm-hmm. Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Miss Lavelle.
Yes, it is.
It's Sandra Hill. How are you?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I am doing just fine.
Oh,
How
that's
about you?
I'm wonderful. All the best. Happy New Year. Happy 2025.
Thank you very much. Are you recording this?
Yes, we're always live on air this time of day.
Oh, so you're calling me live on air?
Yes. Some people wanted they wanted us to call you because you have a lot to say. Somebody sent me one of your posts this morning, and we want to give you the opportunity. You know, CMR is here for everyone. So we wanted to give you the opportunity. We're trying to understand. We saw the video, obviously, with you and Mr. Woody, and we saw what you posted about that. Obviously, you're feeling a bit, upset about the situation. And we just really want to hear, what you're having to say about it. And I'm going to be quite honest with you, Lavelle. You and me, we're like chalk and cheese. Oil and water, that's fine. Nobody said we have to be friends, that's for sure. But there are a lot of us who are curious about why you continue to do some of the things that you do. So maybe this is a moment. Here we are in 2025 now, a new year. Perhaps this is an opportunity for us to understand you a little bit better and understand what's going on.
Your question is, you actually asked a few questions. Which one do you want me to
Yes.
start
So, I guess the first question for us is, what's the problem? Why is there always something upsetting you?
Why do you think there is always something upsetting me? I don't understand. There is a matter at hand that the government of the Cayman Islands is trying to refuse to address. And the matter is that I was misdiagnosed at the Georgetown Hospital by Dr. Marco Lockhart. And the government of the Cayman Islands needs to resolve that. They must resolve it. There was no way around it. There's no way around it. And because of the misdiagnosis, all of these chain of different dilemma and issues have been taking place and been happening with me. These unfavorable situations and because people see me mad. And the government of the Cayman Islands is fully aware that I am not a crazy woman. And if they claim that I am crazy, which is the medication that I'm actually taking?
Right.
Who is treating me for this mental illness that they claim that I have?
So what did Dr. Lockhart, what did he diagnose you with?
He diagnosed me as a mad woman. I'm mad. Like, you're mad. He said, I am unfit to walk alone. I am unfit. I was simply listening into my Bluetooth and enjoying the presence of God, lifting my hands in prayer, walk across the road over to the courthouse office, and the police came and brought me to the Georgetown Hospital. They know that I am not crazy, to the point where they actually decide documents signed to take me to a mental facility in Jamaica.
All right, so stick a pin.
Well, let me finish this, please. That is a matter that is at hand. And because of that incident, because of that, all these chains of things with Udi Foster, let me answer your second question. With Udi Foster recently, that took place a couple of days ago, Udi Foster is fully aware that I was doing a mission, and you're aware of it as well, that I've been doing a mission to Cuba.
How would I be aware of it? I actually honestly didn't know anything about it. So I wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I'm sorry, because I was told that Sandra Catron knows everything. So I'm sorry about that.
Well, if I knew everything, I think I might have won the lottery by now. But no, I don't know everything,
anyway.
And I hadn't heard anything about that. So
right. Well, okay. So I actually I started a mission in November of 2024. I asked persons on my Facebook page, both on my personal page and as well as Cayman Breaking News page, asking them to buy an item or two, and we send in some things to Cuba, because Cuba's dealing with the serious issues of outage, and they've actually experienced 3 hurricanes in 2024. So there is a lot of things going on in Cuba. I don't know anyone in Cuba personally, but the compassion within my heart, God has stirred my spirit and impressed on my heart to do a mission to Cuba. I went and I spoke to Mario, which is the manager at Price Right, and I asked him if I could just go ahead and collect some things and ask persons to purchase an item or two. Now, he says he can't go ahead and give me the go ahead to do it. If I can put a cart at the front is what I asked him. He said he can't do that. But what I could do is send an email to him, and he will actually forward it on. He didn't forward the email. So
but how do you know he didn't forward the email? You don't know that.
Because Woody Foster told me that. Woody told me that he didn't forward the email.
He said he didn't get any email from him. Okay.
He didn't get any email. Right. So I actually put some stuff in the cart, and I drove around in the supermarket and asked persons to buy an item or two and leave it at the security. Persons were very happy to do so. I could count on my one hand how many persons refused and just says, person will say, it's not today, but I can do it another day. But the persons that really stand up to say, no, I could count that. People heart were just really pliable and just ready to give in to the
but you do. Let me just pause you one second there, because when we posted up the video, there were a number of people who responded. I've seen you at Price Right a few times.
What video? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so the video of what transpired with you and Woody Foster, that interaction was recorded by someone there on location. And that was sent to us, and we posted it, right? Where you said you're going to sue him.
I didn't know that.
Yes, and he's there with the police, et cetera, et cetera. So, it's an interesting situation, but people commented on that and said, they had been subjected to you asking them for stuff before, donations, and they were bothered by it. So, you do understand.
Wait a second. When you say donation, as in,
they just said you were here with this? Yes, they just said you were begging. So I don't know.
Okay,
one person did
money?
mention the Cuban thing, that you were saying something. No, just even begging for goods, I guess, is begging. But one person did mention the Cuban thing, and that's how I kind of knew that there was something about some Cubans or something involved in this situation. But you can understand from a business perspective, right? That Woody and his company Foster's has to have policies in place. So the way in which you went about it.
I am not trying to override any policy.
Okay.
I am not trying to override no one's policy. And there is a law, and there is a human rights law, and there are other things, and the persons have their personal beliefs and all of that stuff. I'm not trying to navigate none of all of that. I am simply, what was written in that letter and what Woody Foster did yesterday was wrong.
Now, why do you think it's wrong? Because in November,
it's wrong because the letter
he told you
claiming that.
So he didn't tell you. Let me just ask you this: he didn't tell you in November that you were no longer welcome to come to the store and you were banned for 6 months.
Yes, according to a letter that he gave me, and in that letter, the letter says that I was harassing people, begging for money to buy goods, to buy food for myself. All of that is not true. And the police was called numerous times, and I still refuse. That's not true. Nothing in that letter is true. And also my whatever behavior, what behavior is that? The man asked me not to ask persons in the store, and I simply stopped. I didn't go back and ask. He asked me not to do it, and I left, and I did not return to the store to ask for. I posted on my Facebook page that I no longer am asking at Price Right.
But at that point, you were already banned.
No.
But that was November that he gave you the letter.
Then he gave me the letter. The letter was given to me after. Okay, so. When he gave me after they asked me not to ask for anything in the store, that was a Thursday, right? That was a Thursday. I left and I never went back and ask for anything in the store. I left. The police came. I left about my business. While the police came, I was on my way out through the door. I left. On Saturday, I run in to buy one thing of salt. I just ran in to Foster's because I found the price right. When I run into Price Right, here comes, I didn't have a cart, nothing in my, I run in on Saturday. Mario came to me with a security and he handed me the letter that I am banned from the store.
Mm-hmm.
I left. I purchased the salt and I left. Mm-hmm. On Monday, I went to the head office to speak with Mr. Foster, Mr. Woody Foster. I spoke to Mr. Woody and I said, Mr. Woody, what's happening, what's in this letter is lie. It's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lie. If they had said I was selling organic, which is my product in the store, it would be a different stuff. If you had said I was asking people to give me a ride home, that would be a different stuff.
Okay.
But to say that I was begging, it's a lie. To say
you were begging for money, not that you weren't
begging for money.
You're not that you weren't begging, but it was that you were begging for money.
Begging for money, and they knew exactly what I was asking. The items are downstairs. If you open my front door, you're welcome to come by and you can look at every single item that I received from Price Right. They're in 7 containers at my front door at the entrance of my downstairs. Every single item. They can go back and check to see everything that I've received from every person in Cayman. It's right there, right in 7 containers, packed there, ready to ship to Cuba.
Okay.
And so I said to Woody, please resolve this peacefully. I have too much respect for you. I would not have done anything to tarnish the reputation of your company. Please, I'm asking you to resolve this. I love the Foster's family because they remind me of my family.
Oh.
I love the Foster and I have great respect for Mr. Woody Foster and his family. I would not do anything to tarnish that.
Okay.
And so I asked Mr. Woody kindly. We talked about a lot of other things and explained to him what has been going on. And I left. And I told him in that meeting that I would be going back to the store whenever I need to because this letter. Yes.
Yeah, but you can't do. Come on, Lavelle. You can't do that.
I told him that.
Did he say to you? All right, hold on. I mean, you can tell him what you want, but it's his business. So, did he say to you at the end of that meeting? Did he say, "Okay, Lavelle, I agree with you. We're going to allow you to come back"? Did he say that?
No.
Then,
he didn't say that.
Then the letter still is in place.
He just said, well, I don't know. He says to me, okay, Lavelle, well, I have to go now with you. Have yourself a good day. I told him.
Well, you could understand that he hadn't changed his mind. So maybe.
Listen to me, Sandra. Listen, you need to get this straight. In that letter, Woody Foster's in that letter says, if I refuse, if I don't refrain from going to the store for 6 months, he is going to take out a court order against me.
Okay.
So since I refuse, the next step is to take out a court order, not to harass me, not to have his staff harass me, constantly walk through the door. And these women, these people walk. I went to 6 different cashiers, said not a word when she approached me. And she's behind me cutting. Miss Mary, you're not supposed to be in the store. You're not supposed to be in the store. And I ignored it. And I walked to the next.
So you thought, I'm just trying to understand the thought process here, right? So you believed that when he said that he would get a court order, that he would still allow you to come in the store, not say anything.
No.
Okay.
Listen, okay, let me say again. In that letter, at the end of the letter, it says, if I'm banned from the store for 6 months, and if I refuse to obey this ban, they will take a court order.
Okay.
Against me.
So you thought then that means that you can go in, but nobody's going to say anything.
That means I will not stop. I told him straight to his face that I wasn't going to stop peacefully because the letter is not true. It's defaming my character. It's a lie, and I'm not going to accept it. I refuse to accept it. So he can feel free to go to the court and take out a restraining order against me because I'm not going to stop because that letter is not true. Too often, people are so passive in this country and allow people to use them as a football and as a mat to wipe their foot and go against the laws of this land and do all kinds of things to people. And just because I am one person, refuse to allow that to happen. I refuse it. It will not happen. So to say that, oh, you hear all kind of dum-dum say this and say that, you see, what the dum-dums need to do is go and simply read what's available to them. It's called the human rights law.
But you know that the human rights law, the Constitution,
is also free to them. So instead of the dum-dum continue to just say what they want to say, it don't work like that. I'm not worried
but just a second. Let me educate you a little bit about the Constitution and your human rights. Your human rights as relates to you in the government of the Cayman Islands. It's not you in private sector. It's not you in Foster's Food Fair. It's not you in Sandra Hill or anything else. The Constitution, the human rights that you get, is protecting you from the government of the Cayman Islands breaching those human rights, not individuals. So there is a difference, to be quite frank and honest, right?
Okay, all right. So, Sandra, guess what?
Yes?
That's for another day. Because
no, but I'm trying to clarify. No, we're not going to get into that. But what I'm saying to you,
let's stick with
you're talking about human rights and that sort of thing. That has nothing to do with Foster's Food Fair.
I'm sorry, I kind of divert a little bit to say.
All right.
I'm just talking.
But I just want to make sure that you're not confusing. You don't have any human rights when it comes to Foster. So here's the thing. Woody Foster or any business person, right? Their place of business is actually a private place of business that they open to the public by invitation. If they revoke that invitation, which is what they've essentially done with you, but with that letter, if they revoke the invitation, you do not have a right to ignore the revocation and say you guys still come.
No, Sandra.
Because then that's trespassing.
If they revoke that invitation, if they have a reasonable, it's a public place. If they have a reasonable right,
they don't have to. No, it does not have to be reasonable. Where does it say that?
It's not his house.
Where does it say that? It's a private place of business. It's open to the public. No, ma'am.
It's a public place.
No, mama.
It's a public place.
Nope.
It's a public place.
Take it from me.
Guess what?
I have done law. This is the basics of trespass.
I haven't done law.
All right. Well, then you might have to believe me. Well, I'm going to tell you. Listen to me, Lavelle. I'm going to tell you that your limited understanding is actually wrong. Okay. If he says to you, and this is true of any business place. In fact, they did not even have to give you a reason. So this is why I know you're focused on the reason. And I understand you being upset that the reason you're saying that they put in there wasn't accurate. He did not even have to give you a reason. He could just say, Lavelle, we no longer want you to come to our store and we're banning you. So they took the extra step and they gave you a reason. You say they got the reason wrong. They were going off of, I guess, what people were saying to them and whatever, right? It doesn't matter. Once he says to you, Lavelle, you can no longer come here, you don't get to tell him what to do with his property. And I think this is where you're a little bit misguided in this particular situation. So he has a right to tell you, you can't come there for 6 months. You can't demand that he changes his mind. You can't tell him you're going to come anyway and just show up, because now you're trespassing. And that's why he was saying to you in the video that he's going to press charges, because now it becomes a criminal offense for you to be there when you've been told don't come back for 6 months.
You know something, Sandra? I am still going to hold on to my rights.
But you don't have any rights. That's what I'm telling you in relation to this. I have rights.
You see, that's what.
No, not in relation to this. No, don't get.
So guess what? Guess what? Let the court decide.
Well, the court. I mean, this is the court is going to tell you this is very black and white. This is very black and white.
I did that video, and I wasn't even going to put it out there.
So you're the one who recorded the video.
You know what, Sandra? I wasn't going to put it out there because of the respect I still hold and the esteem that I still hold Woody Foster.
So you actually recorded the video.
But just the fact that he actually lowered his standards so much and degrade, and he was trying to, whoever it is, were trying to lower me, to lower my reputation. He has lowered himself to such a place to walk. You know what? Would any real manager, any real person that have any kind of compassion or any kind of love for people or any kind of respect for people, me tell you what Woody would have done. if it was my business. I'm from a family of business.
You are?
Then
you should understand this. This is something that you should definitely understand.
From my perspective, as a family of business, what we would have done.
No, it's not what it's what the law gives him the right to do. No. And he is well within his rights.
I think we're not on the same page when you.
Well, let me ask you a question. Right. If I called a lawyer, and the lawyer, because I'm not a qualified lawyer, I have a law degree, but I'm not a qualified lawyer. If I called a qualified lawyer this morning and they told you what the legal position is, would you be willing to accept what that person says?
Well, if it's a lawyer, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
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 All right. Okay. Let me just have a think about who I can call, because this is just, to me, this is very easy to resolve.
There is a handful of lawyers in Cayman. You know that, right?
There's hundreds of lawyers in Cayman. But
wait a second. Let me explain that. Let me explain what I just said.
Yes.
There's a handful of lawyers in Cayman.
Oh, yes.
What do I mean by that? Lawyers with integrity.
All right. How about Steve Macfield? Would you accept Mr. Macfield?
Can I finish, please?
Yes.
So you calling a lawyer asking a question pertaining to Lovell and Woody Foster?
No, we don't have to give anybody's name.
Wait, can I finish, please?
We're not going to mention anybody's name. We're going to ask them about the law of trespass.
But I'm just saying, if you call 90% of the lawyers in Cayman and ask a question pertaining to Lovell,
no, we're not going to mention your name.
90% of the lawyers.
Nope, we're not going to mention your name.
Are going to stand on Woody's side, regardless of the law.
No. We're not going to mention anybody's name. So that's the first thing.
Regardless of the law.
Would you be okay with Steve Macfield? Tell me.
Corruption.
All right, honey. Tell me, Steve Macfield. You think he's a good lawyer? Would you accept?
I think he's a very good lawyer.
Okay, so if we call him and he says X, Y, and Z, you will accept his position.
Almost definitely. Because I believe that he's a man of integrity.
Okay, hold on a second now. Let's see if we can get a hold of him. Okay.
Sure.
So just hold on 1 second for me. I just want to clarify what the position is here. So 1 second, Lavelle.
Oh, sure. Thanks.
Hello.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Steve.
Yeah, good morning, Sandra.
How are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
I'm hoping that you can lend your legal mind for a little discussion that we're having here this morning around the discussion of, we're not going to call any names. I just want you to talk about the legal principle of trespass. I'm going to give you a scenario, and then I want you to advise us on what the position is. So say, for example, you own a business, right? Doesn't matter what the business is, it's open to the public. So I go to your business and you decide one day that you no longer want me to come to your business. You issue me a letter that says you're no longer welcome to come to my business for 6 months. I now, who've received the letter, decide to reject the letter because I feel like you're violating my rights to come to your business. I say to you, it's a public place. Of course I can come. There's false information in the letter. So, I'm going to ignore what you've said in the letter. What happens? What laws am I breaching, if any, if I continue to come to your business to be, serviced?
Trespass.
It's trespass. No questions about it.
Yes, that's trespass. The business, if you own a business, it's not a public place. It's a business that you're offering services or goods for sale to the public. You can ban anyone from coming from your place. for any reason.
Or even no reason at all. You don't even have to tell them why.
For no reason. That's what I mean. For no reason.
Yeah.
That is your desire. You do not want to interact with the particular person who wants to be your customer. And so you can say, I don't want you to be. I refuse to sell you. I refuse to provide service for you. I don't want you to be a customer. And if you come to the premises where I offer services to other people, then there are consequences. And if you decide to do that, then that's a trespass.
Okay. All right. Yes.
So Sandra, you need to ask him the question.
What's the question?
The question is, if the person presents a letter to the person, stating a chain of lies.
But he just said it doesn't matter what's in the letter.
I'm using it. Wait a second. I'm using it as a ground. What is that called?
Well, so she has an issue with the reason why they're not allowing her that was stated in the letter.
It's not just an issue. If the reason why the person actually presented that in a letter, the person actually, it's a bunch of lies. What law is that person actually? What offense is that?
Well, if a person tells an untruth about you, about your character, or about something, then you have a right of action of plan or
that's only if they share with somebody else. If they put it in a letter that's directed to you, then there is no offense.
That's none. That's nothing. That's nothing.
Okay, so what I'm understanding here, I'm simply understanding here, if the person writes a letter to defame my character,
they can't defame you to yourself.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish? If the person writes a letter defaming my character with a bunch of lies, I have the right to sue the person for defamation of character. Is that right?
Who is writing the letter to?
The person writes the letter to me. What's a letter to me with a bunch of lies?
Who else had an access to that information?
The Commissioner of Police, and it was CC to the Commissioner of Police.
Well, the letter was a complaint to the Commissioner of Police.
Yes, and it's a lie.
Well, you would not have an action then.
I would or wouldn't?
You wouldn't.
What do you mean?
He's making a complaint. He's making a complaint to an authority.
No, he's not making a complaint to the authority. He wrote a letter saying that I am no longer welcome to his business because of all these lies.
Well, that's the equivalent of a complaint, though, is what Mr. Macfield is saying.
No, it's not a complaint. It's the defamation of character.
But he's telling you it does not meet the legal definition
in the letter. So that means I have the right to sue the person for defamation of character.
No,
I did not just
Well, you said you would listen to Mr. Macfield, and Mr. Macfield is telling you.
I am telling you. Listen, I am telling you.
That's not defamation.
Can say what you want to say. I am going to stand on the ground what I know.
Well, you like I said, you're not a lawyer, and so we agreed.
That letter defames my character, and it was presented to me defaming my character. I have the right to sue him for defamation of character.
When you do so, you will see that you don't.
Let Mr. Macfield speak. Wait.
The Commissioner of Police would have to be your witness to say that when they received that information from you, that they had formed a different opinion of you then of what they knew before, and that opinion was detrimental to you. The Commissioner is not going to do that.
But the letter was given to me publicly.
What do you mean publicly? It wasn't published anywhere.
It defames me in the open here among in the audience of hundreds of people.
But nobody could read the letter. Nobody could read the letter.
Hundreds of people.
No, but it wasn't published to them.
In front of hundreds of people.
No, but it was not published to them.
People and the entire Cayman is forming this. There is room out there that I shoplifted. Let me tell you something. I don't care what you all want to say this morning, but I am telling you, I am suing Woody Foster for defamation of character. I'm suing him.
Well, you can do that, but what we're telling you,
if you don't care what we want to say, then I don't think we can help you.
Yeah, okay. and this is the thing.
No. Listen to me. Listen, the days of trying to help me is over.
But Lavelle,
you all have walked around with a sealed mouth
You agree
for the last 8 years of all that they have tried to do to me to send me crazy in this country, and you all walk around with a seal mouth, with a seal lips, and now it's Woody Foster, the giant of Cayman. You all are going to try to call me to try and see if you can manipulate me. The blood of Jesus Christ is against you all.
So Lavelle, you said that you trusted Mr. Macfield and his knowledge of the law.
I trust him.
Yes, but he's telling you what the law says.
But I trust God over him, and I trust the law over him. When
you go,
it's called defamation of character.
When you go to a court of law, you will be informed of the same thing. Yeah,
listen, my dear, Sandra.
Yes.
Sandra, listen. When it comes on to Cayman law and the courts, the court system of Cayman Islands do not use laws on certain people. I am speaking to you from personal experience. May I take this time to ask, to divert for a second and ask Dr. Steve Macfield one simple question. I sued the Commissioner of Police and Attorney General. They have 7 days in the plane to respond to the plane. 14 days. 14 days. 14 days came and they did not respond to the plane. What is that called? Default judgment. How can the court now turn around and say you cannot have the default judgment? How is that? So talking about the law and talking about lawyers in Cayman and talking about judges in Cayman, let me tell you something. I have petitioned the judge of all judges and the lawyer of all lawyers this morning. His name is Jesus Christ. And he's about to step down and listen and release justice and judgment against you all that is trying to send me crazy. I should have gone crazy now, Sandra, by now.
Well, I mean, your mental health. So let me ask you a question, because again, we started the conversation talking about what you was diagnosed with by Dr. Lookloy, which you also say that that's a wrong diagnosis. And so, Lavelle, to be honest with you, that nobody knew anything about Dr. Lookloy's diagnosis. That's not what is impacting Lockhart. Sorry. That is not what is impacting people's perspective of you. It's the way in which you behave.
That is not what is impacting people. I protest when the police department refused to accept a report.
But it is your behavior.
About criminal offense. What do you mean? I protest for 390 days about an action, a criminal offense that was done against me. And you all give a blind eye and a sea lip about it. And you say all that you all want to say. I'm talking about what this morning? When a police department, we are in this world, a police department, you can walk to say, listen, I walk into a police department to say, listen, somebody committed an offense against me. I am here to make a report. I have gone to the police department more than 50 times to make a report about what Dr. Lockhart did, and they refused to take it. They finally took the report. After I wrote the former Governor Roper. They took the report. Where is it? But Dr. Lockhart drove down on me on Hospital Road with his truck and almost killed me. It is on video. After he did that, the police saw him, because there was a police officer sitting in his car across the road, and the police officer saw it. And the police officer called him. He rushed to the Georgetown police, and he told the Georgetown police before I got there, because he knew that I was going there to make a report, that he tried to kill me. And he rushed to Georgetown police, and he told them that Lovell is arresting him. The police have no evidence. They came and they arrested me.
All right, let's stay.
Who tried to kill me? I never seen Dr. Lockhart driving a car. I don't know where Dr. Lockhart lives. I know nothing about Dr. Lockhart than from the day when I was brought to the mental health. I have never seen Dr. Lockhart outside of there. And the police came and arrested me. I wrote the governor about it. And the governor said, they must take a report, go back and make a report. He tried to kill you. They have the video. They got the video from number one shoe shop. And the video shows what Dr. Lockhart did. One drove down his truck, not even inches, crushed my back. And my back was turned, and he almost killed me. And what have they done with that report?
Okay.
What have they done? They found out, and it came back that I did not. They investigate the matter, and they found out that I did not harass Dr. Lockhart. I don't know nothing about this man whereabouts. Besides, I met him at the Georgetown Hospital. It came back. What did the Commissioner of Police and the Police Department of the Cayman Islands did with that report that Dr. Lockhart almost killed me? You all sit down and you all can say what you want to say and talk about laws in Cayman, but the laws in Cayman is only white. But I'm going to tell you this morning, by the authority that is invested in me, by the power of Jesus Christ's name, that the law can be white in Cayman, but it is black and it's white. So love and marry. Call me mad all you want if it makes you feel better about yourself. If it makes you feel like you want, if it makes you feel like you're a professional and it makes you feel better about yourself to call me mad. But the law, it must stand for love. It must stand for love.
Well, I mean, I think the thing is the law stands for everyone, to be quite honest.
Until this day, even though the governor wrote the Commissioner of Police and said, listen, this is a matter that needs to be dealt with. It's how long that happens. And they refuse to address the matter. And they would still say, let's just ignore this so we can have her on the street. And as she protests, then we can prove to Cayman that this is the sign of madness. When she goes out and protests, that is a sign that she's going crazy. The blood of Jesus is against that. I bind that by the power of the Holy Ghost. I bind it up by the fire of God. And I release the judgment and the wrath of God upon Cayman. I command a lightning and thunder, brimstone and fire. And I command this earth to shake by the power of the blood of Jesus Christ. And I command it to shake the foundation of this earth and swallow up Cayman Island by the power of Jesus Christ. If you refuse to compensate me.
All right, Lavelle.
You refuse to compensate me for the injustice that you have done to me. By the authority that is invested in me. By the holy blood of Jesus Christ. I speak to the hurt in Cayman. And I say, earthquake, shine. And swallow up Cayman Island. You refuse to compensate me. If you refuse, I will extend this until the end of the January. That man is so what I'm saying, write a letter and tell me what is it you're asking for. And you're still using me as a mockery. I am a servant of Almighty God. And I refuse to use as a mockery. I refuse to use as a mockery.
Lavelle.
By the blood of Jesus Christ, I command every government leader.
We do have another.
I sweep forth and I declare lightning and thunder, brimstone and fire. And I command to shut up the
We do have another lawyer who actually wants to join the conversation. He's actually overseas. So we're going to just give him a call because perhaps he might have something to say that you might be interested in listening to. So just 1 second for me.
Who's that?
There's another lawyer trying to call. 1 second.
Okay.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Sandra. I mean, I was catching this conversation and I was wondering whether you are on live and you spoke to Dr. Steve and I see you're trying.
Yes,
good morning.
I mean, perhaps you could weigh in on this. You've actually, this is attorney Mr. Belika. He's actually written laws in the Cayman Islands. He's part of that department. So the question is simple. I don't know if you heard the question, but basically a person has a business.
Okay.
And they have said to an individual by letter, you're no longer welcome to come to my business. She says the reasons that they put in that letter, they got wrong. Anyway, they issued that letter to her, says you're banned from coming to the business for 6 months. And she still thinks that she can come to the business and she can dictate to the business that she is still going to come and use their services.
Yes, I did hear it. I just wanted to make double sure that I heard it right, and thanks for going over it again. Now, first of all, I empathize with the person. I mean, clearly she feels very strongly about it, and so I just thought, let me chime in to really affirm what you said and what Dr. Steve said. I think there were three issues there. One was, well, if I write a letter to you and I say things that are not true and so on and so forth, if I just write to you, that is not defamation in law. And you said that, Sandra, quite correctly. That is not defamation in law because by its very nature, defamation means that I have said something that is untrue, but that thing tends to lower you in terms of your character, the way other people view you. So if I haven't told it to a third party, how have I defamed you? Because by its very nature, defamation is telling a third party. So you were very right about that. That's the point number one. Point number two, about coming to the private property, right? A business, even if it's a business which allows members of the public to walk in, it is still, like Dr. Steve said, it is still private property. Okay, and if I, for one reason or another, or for no reason at all, I say I don't want you in my business because I don't like the way you walk, I am free to do that, and you have no right to come in. And if you come in, as Dr. Steve says, you are trespassing on my property. That's the second point. The third point about reporting to the police, that's the one really which prompted me to call, because that needs to be specifically dealt with in a certain way. You see, reporting matters to the police is protected in part. In other words, if you tell the police that I think that X has committed an offense, that is not actionable. In other words, it's not defamation per se, because a lot of times when you report a matter to the police, you do not know whether the person has committed it or not. You just suspect. So you go to the police and you tell them, and they will investigate. Sometimes they'll find that it has happened or it hasn't happened. And there are cases even here in Canada. One of the cases, I even remember it by name, but I don't have to repeat it. They say that unless you can allow members of the public to come to the police and make a report, it will be difficult for the police to really detect offenses, because if everybody who comes might be sued for defamation in case it is wrong, they've said that can't be allowed. So in other words, this copying of the letter to the police is protected unless she can show that the person who wrote the letter knew that it was false and was making it maliciously. Unless she can meet that high bar, there's no way that she can ever succeed on any of those three counts. It is very, very important, I think, for her to understand that.
Okay, so I heard you clearly, and thank you so much for that, for those insights that you just gave. I appreciate that. But back to the first what you said. If the letter was given to me, the letter was given to me publicly.
No, but it wasn't published.
Sandra, please stop. I'm speaking to the lawyer, whoever he is. What's your name, lawyer? Okay, let me finish speaking. So the letter was given to me publicly in Price Right, in the presence of hundreds of people.
It was given to you publicly. What do you mean by that? Please explain that.
Publicly mean I was in Price Right shopping, and the manager came to me in the presence and in the midst of everyone and said, "Excuse me," and handed me the letter. In that letter, it defames my character. It says I was begging money to buy food. My behavior, it also attacks my behavior. It attacks me that I was actually harassing people. That defames who I am. No law on earth can tell me that what in that letter, and regardless of the fact that the place belongs to whoever it belongs to, that letter defames me. That means it's called defamation of character. No lawyer, no judge, nobody can tell me that otherwise. That defames me.
Yeah, you see, Yeah, ma'am, if I may jump in just briefly and so on. Yeah. When you say it defames me, that is not legally correct. It cannot defame you if it was not like divulged to a third party. Okay, let me ask you this question. When
I just told you that there are hundreds of third parties was right in the store, and on top of that, it was CC to the police department.
Okay, yeah. Let me address that it was given to you publicly. When he gave it to you publicly, did he read it aloud so that people in the store could hear what was the contents of the letter?
Yes.
He did that?
Yes.
He read it out aloud to you?
He read it out loud. There were 4 Indians standing right behind him.
Why would he need to read it out loud?
Why are you asking me that stupid question?
No, because it's not a stupid question, because this is the first time that we're hearing that, first and foremost. You've repeated this multiple times this morning.
You read the letter, a portion of the letter
Lavelle, you have repeated that this morning. Even 2 seconds ago, you said he handed you the letter. At no point did you say he read it out loud until...
Okay, Sandra, let me repeat myself. The letter was not in an envelope. It was wide open, blank, a sheet of paper.
So what? Did he actually read it for other people to hear it?
And he read it out loud.
I find that very hard to believe, but okay.
Okay.
Well, I find it hard to believe as well.
Sandra, one good thing about this, there are cameras all over Preside.
Okay.
So we don't have a problem debating on that.
Well, you better hurry up and get access to that.
Okay.
It wasn't in a sealed envelope. It was a piece of paper handed to me. And before it was read a portion of it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, just to give you in terms of the legality of it, if he got up in the supermarket and read it aloud to say that I'm giving it to Lavelle Marriott and because she's this and that and so on and so on. Technically, if he did that, and if it is not true, yes, it would be slander. I've got a problem believing whether he would have done that. It seems to me that he just gave the letter to you. But
there are cameras.
Okay. Well, you have the footage.
All I'm saying.
It was the
all I'm saying, if you can prove that.
It was the week. It was a Saturday before Black Friday.
All right.
Go right back to the camera. And it was
you're the one who has to provide the evidence to the court. So you have to have that footage or the witnesses.
That it was not in an envelope. It was handed to me on a piece of paper. He started to read it and he said, "You are banned from all fosters." And he named them.
Okay.
I included Price Right, what's the head office, right, coming down the line. And he said, and he read it out loud in the presence of people in that store.
Well, those are the legalities, ma'am. If he read it loud, he slandered you, and you need to prove that and so on. But those are the legalities. But otherwise, these issues about the reporting to the police, that is not defamatory. That is protected unless he did it maliciously, knowing it is false. All these other things, he's allowed to exclude you from there and so on. If you say he read it aloud, you have to prove that, and then that's slander. That's my contribution. I just wanted to be helpful.
He gave the date. The date was
yes.
It was a Saturday morning.
One last thing.
Sorry?
Yeah,
Sorry.
one last thing before I sign off. You mentioned something about the default judgment, right? I don't know what the facts are about the default judgment. Yes, you are right. If there is no response from the other side, you can get a default judgment. However, you have to apply for a default judgment. It's not automatic. You have to file 2 documents. I won't get into the detail, but there are 2 documents you have to file so that the court can see and certify that there's been no response, and then you can get a court order. You don't get it automatically. But I don't know what the facts are. I'm just... Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Sandra. Thanks, everybody.
The 2 documents were filed. And a court date was set. I went to court, and Magistrate Gunn refused to hand me the default judgment.
Okay.
Well,
yeah. Well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'm sorry about that.
Really
it appears to me that you filed a document.
For shining the light.
Thank you.
For me. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Right.
Bye bye.
So you have 2 lawyers now that have said essentially the same thing.
Yeah. The lawyer just simply confirmed that he defamed my character.
That's not what happened, Lavelle.
Okay, so since you did not hear that, you need to go back and listen.
Well, I didn't hear that, and nobody else in the Cayman Islands heard that.
Says, let me repeat what he says. He says if the letter was read to me publicly,
and he also said he finds that hard to believe, and that would be a situation that you would have to prove.
Listen, why are you debating on he find that hard to believe?
Well, that's what he said. But that's what he said. He said he doesn't believe you.
Saturday before Black Friday, go back. Ask Woody Foster to pull up his camera and simply ask.
Lavelle, nobody. That is, if you're going to sue Woody Foster, you're the one who must bring forward the proof to claim that you were defamed. That's how that works. So you have to go get the video to show that you were defamed.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Where is the phone ringing?
I don't know, Mr. Steve, is that you? I'm not sure. I don't know if that's Mr. Steve or what's going on there. But yeah, so hold on. Let me see if I can end Mr. Steve. That might have been him. Yeah, but Lavelle, that would be a matter for you to be able to prove that, not anybody else. If you say that that's what happened.
Sandra, we're not going to take up the legal business.
When you say that you're going to, well, when you say, but we've spoken to two lawyers, and when you say that you're going to sue someone,
let's leave that in the hands of the lawyer.
That's legal business.
You're very diverse when it comes on to reporting what you didn't hear. Because when a person has an itchy ear, the Bible talks about itchy ear. You're very diverse when it comes on to that, to report what you didn't hear.
Oh, okay.
What's the name of the lawyer just now?
All right.
What was the name of the lawyer?
Mr. Beliki. And everybody heard exactly what he said.
So Mr. Beliki just simply explained what.
He said the same thing that the previous caller said.
No, he did not say the same thing.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Do you say?
Come on. I don't care if you hear my
You said this is recorded. Do yourself a favor. You said this is recorded.
There's nothing wrong with my ears.
Okay, so go back and listen before you open your mouth.
We have a caller on the line. Caller, what did you hear? Hold on. All right, I'm going deaf. Caller, what did you hear?
I told you, enough is enough. Please, God, please.
What did you hear? Did you hear the man say that he did not believe her, that he found it hard to believe?
Yes.
That's what he said?
Yes.
Okay, so
please.
Lavelle, nothing's wrong with my hearing, and I'm not the crazy one here. I'm just saying.
Sandra, listen.
Yes.
Listen. Let me tell you something.
She don't seem to understand. She don't listen.
Please. I'm going to have to hang up the phone now because listen to idle talk is not a part of me. So if you're going to call on your troop of idlers.
I'm not calling nobody. This is someone who called into the show. And okay, because she's saying something that you don't like.
Listen,
because she's saying something that you don't like.
I'm just going to say, listen, I'm going to say this to you and I'm going to go peacefully.
Okay.
You understand? I'm going to say this to you and consider this a compliment.
Oh.
Consider this a compliment. I'll be your best friend right now.
Oh, God.
I always tell my children, I have 4 children, I always tell them this.
Wow.
Before you open your mouth, contact your brain.
Well, you should try that. You need to contact your brain. You need to contact your ears. You need to instead of looking to respond, you need to truly listen because that's what the man just said.
Say one thing now and then it's not going to change it. So please,
can you just get that pollution off the thing, please?
You call Michelle pollution?
I don't care. I don't know who it is.
Can I ask you? Let me ask you one final question before you go. Before you go, Lavelle.
I gotta go.
Let me ask you a question. Before you go, one more question. One more question.
She needs to go
all right, hold on.
I don't care what she said.
All right, caller. No. All right. Hold on. Just me and you now. One final question. Did you go to Jamaica for the holidays?
Most definitely.
All right. Tell me something. Why are you in Cayman? You don't seem to like Cayman very much. You don't like Caymanians.
Why am I in Cayman?
Why are you here? Why don't you go back home and just live a beautiful life in Jamaica?
Oh, Sandra, listen to me, girl.
Mm-hmm.
I came here as a wealthy woman and I'm not leaving as a pauper.
You came here as a wealthy woman, married to an old man?
I came here as a wealthy woman, and I am not living here as a pauper.
What do you mean? But you live off of NAU. How did you become a pauper?
You asked me a question.
Okay. How did you become a pauper?
Can I answer you?
Yes, I'm looking for the answer.
I said I came here as a wealthy woman.
And what happened?
And I'm not leaving Cayman Island as a pauper.
So what happened?
Cayman Island, oh Jesus Christ. Cayman Island has took my right to work in this country for the last 8 years.
That's why you've been on NAU, because we won't make you work?
What?
You've been living off of NAU because we won't make you work? That doesn't make any sense.
Who's been living off the NAU?
You. What else you been living off of?
At what point? Let me tell you something about NAU.
Okay.
I applied to NAU because there was a leakage in my house, in the pipe. The water authority contacted me to say, listen to me. There is your water bill is extremely high, Miss Mart. Come in and let's see about this. My water bill was $600. By the time I got there, it was $1,400.
But that's no reason to go on NAU if you're a wealthy woman.
I asked them because NAU is not giving me nothing. NAU is not giving me nothing.
Oh, really?
I am not living after NAU. I went to NAU once. I went to NAU 7 years ago, and they refused it. Yes. I went back to them last year, and they gave me $25 for my water bill and $75 for light bill.
All right, but you're able-bodied. What's the problem? Why you're not working?
So what are you talking?
You have status, so nobody can stop you from working.
That's Sandra. You just defame my character.
By saying what? You're able-bodied and you can work?
That I have been living after NAU. You have no proof. I have not been living after NAU, Sandra Catron.
You say you're not working.
Listen,
you say you don't work.
Sandra Catron. You have defamed my character.
All right. Go and sue me. That's okay.
What you have done.
That's all right. You can sue me.
For you, Sandra.
That's all right.
To come to your senses.
Oh.
To come to your senses.
You know, if I had come to my senses this morning, I would have cussed you out a long time, but I'm trying not to come to my senses.
Listen, Sandra, you know what? You and all, you and the train, the ignorance and the pride, the arrogance that you all walk in.
Oh, okay.
I have given you ample time to openly say to the public, I have said some things on King and Mall Road about Lovell. That is not true.
Such as what?
Such as you have written that I was deported from the Cayman Islands and came back in another person's name. You wrote that I have
that was actually not about you. That's another person, and that person said that wasn't true by them.
Lovell Marriott was deported from the Cayman Islands, and you have documents that you put.
All right, so that was years ago. That was years ago. What happened to the lawsuit? Why haven't I seen the lawsuit yet?
No. Listen to me.
Yes.
There are some chickens. You see some chickens. There's some kind of chickens. I do not lower myself with.
Oh, so you're not going to sue me because I'm a chicken?
I have accepted John Crows, and I will not associate myself with chickens.
Oh,
I will not associate myself with John Crows.
So I'm a John Crow, and that's why you don't want to sue me.
No. I will not waste my time on Cayman John Crow. That's who you have presented yourself as. You only publish garbage. You only go on fake, Sandra. I will not waste my energy, and you should have known this for so many years that you have said so many things about me, and I have just placed you in a class by yourself.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Of Cayman. And so,
thank you so much.
You say, and no matter what people say to me that you said, I ignore it.
Oh, thank you so much. Were you at NAU on Monday putting in your papers?
I went back to NAU because the water problem, the water bill,
all these years later, it's still.
They gave me $25 for my water bill, $75 for the water last year, and said they will not give me unless I get a doctor, whatever. That is the year of water that they can give.
Okay.
So the new year, and I'm still without water, Sandra.
Oh my God! So how do you take a bath? Because you've been out there talking about people's smell and this and that. So how you taking a bath?
You are so glad to say that I have been. You've been taking care of me, and now you're hearing the truth. And before you humble yourself and say, Lovell, I am so sorry for publishing that NAU's been taking care of you, knowing that it was 3 months last year that NAU gave me $25 for water bill. Not me, they give it to me. They get it paid to the water authority. $25, they pay $1,200 for the water to connect the water. $25 for the water bill. $20 and $75 for the light bill. That's all I've ever received from NAU. So you ask the question, why am I still in Cayman Islands? I am here because I am waiting for the government of the Cayman Islands to compensate me for what they have done. And guess what, Sandra? They have to do it. Guess what? There is no way around it. There is no way above it. There is no way under it. They have to compensate me. No way around it, above it, below it, beside it, before it. No way. They have to compensate. So with that said, my time is up. I am going to continue on with the rest of my beautiful day. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, listen, one final point, Lavelle. Any time you're ready to leave Cayman, we will don't gather any more donations for the Cubans. You're in need yourself, so I don't know why you're worried about them. We will gather a donation for you to make sure that you can leave Cayman and never come back.
I am going to leave here with millions from the government of the Cayman Islands.
My Tweedum.
Millions, Sandra. Millions I am leaving.
When. You're not winning money. Lavelle, listen, my God. Hello, my lady, God, listen. Hello, Miss, number one John Crow over here so talking. Hello, Miss, you're not getting a single dollar. You're not getting no money from nobody. No, ma'am. You're not getting money from nobody. Me had to put down the volume because she not getting no money from nobody. Number one John Crow, take it from me, honey child. You waiting on $1 million to be able to leave Cayman? That must be $1 million Jamaican dollars. Are you crazy? Let me not ask that question because, she worried about what Dr. Lockhart said. What she said Dr. Lockhart said she's a mad woman. I don't know if he said she was bipolar, schizophrenic, narcissistic disorder, but clearly she has more than proven herself today on what her mental health is. That no question. We don't need Dr. Lockhart to give her professional diagnosis for the general public to go, come on, woman. She refused to accept that she cannot go back to Foster's Food Fair. And guess what? Anybody see her at Foster's, y'all tell Woody Foster, call the police again because you're trespassing on the man's property. You had 2 senior attorneys. Mr. Steve McField, in his 80s, he has seen law upon law and case upon case. The man tell you have no grounds for defamation. And furthermore, you also have no grounds to continue to go to this man's premise, and you refuse to listen. We had Mr. Balika, who writes legislation in the Cayman Islands, tell you the exact same thing.
I told you.
And she won't listen. My God, we will buy her one-way ticket the hell out of here. And in fact, we'll give her more than a one-way ticket. Give her a couple $1,000, make sure her ass stay in Jamaica. But you see, she went to Jamaica for Christmas and she don't carry on like this in Jamaica because somebody would have dealt with her behind in Jamaica a long time. Okay? So she's seen enough to know that when she come to Cayman, this is the only...
You reach, come on.
Y'all know I exercising a lot of restraint here this morning that I not cuss her ass out. Seriously. She knows she go to Jamaica, they wouldn't be dealing with her. But it's so funny. How can you be selectively crazy? This is a thing that I don't understand. Miss Shalma, you better help me out with this one. The second her foot stepped Jamaica, she know how to behave and how to act. But why she can't behave and act like that in Cayman?
Put me on, and tell you what to do with her.
No, sir. Oh my God.
Sandra, please.
This is pure. You on the air, honey child. We all listening to you.
Listen, we gonna put her in a banana boat and hope that she'll reach.
This is madness.
I told you, but you wouldn't listen. Me and Jim were right. I tell that woman mad, which I mean.
Oh my God.
You hear how she started out so cool and calm, and I said, oh my God.
No,
she
sir.
She not even fit to Bellevue. That's a crazy mad, I call it demon junko. That woman something to her, Dr. Lockhart should have, God forbid, but he should have given her an injection and pray that she didn't wake up. That woman is mad. You hear? She don't listen. She know everything and what she know. And people like that is stupid people because, like I tell people, don't care how much. I don't know how old she is, but how old you go. My mother used to always tell us, and she was 88, you can learn something new today what you didn't know yesterday. I keep telling it to my son. I say,
so
yes,
listen,
computer expert and
why is she talking about she not living off of NAU? The facts are she was getting, hold on, Michelle, hold on. She was getting food, rent, school lunches, water, electricity, school uniforms, health insurance, and preschool fees all the way back in 2010 from listen, I don't want NAU. I'm a senior. I work for 30 long years, airport. I can't work. They giving seniors $12.50 a month. From Mr. Anthony days, they were trying to get it for me, and they won't give it to me. And I need it. Say my husband income too high. I said, well, that's my husband. Stop to watch my ass, excuse me. I say, and that's his money, and they won't give it. If Ezra probably had get in after the other day, the woman said she want to help me, and when I do tell lies, and when I tell them what they say, I got no bills. They won't give it to me, and I'm about to say, but yet they give it to the young cokeheads, ganja heads that can work. I see on myself. I witnessed this. This now, like they would say, the road thing up, payday up on Bottom Beach, holding up the 3, 4, 5 cans, holding up this ganja split, and to see what it can buy off for NAU, which is same government, and they won't give it to me. But yet, then that amount, because I think there's one of the leading supermarkets in the island, I think. So that's what she thinks now, that she can sue with it. To get no wealth. Come see where she probably live. When I went to Jamaica one time. I want to know what wealthy family she claims she come from.
She
Lord Jesus.
Spanish tongue and some little things. And let me tell you, I from Banaka. And I know Honduras is poor. But I never see people living on it. And some of the things that guy showed me in Jamaica, and I said, well, people really live in that.
You know what? Hold on, caller. Somebody asked a good question. Somebody said, how can she afford to go to Jamaica and living off NAU? Are we paying for that too? That's a good question.
And we need to do with her what Panton father had done one time. He said, no disrespect to Jamaica, but he said the only good thing come out of Jamaica was an extra flight. That was here Dallas one time.
Leave us there, my dear. We have a lot of good Jamaicans in Cayman. All right, we have another caller. We have another caller in the line.
Listen to me, Miss Virginia. You wanted so tell them laugh now, tell them to get it, and she with your hair, so with you.
Oh Lord, poor her.
That's the one another, so okay, man, gonna sink and she on it, and then I gonna carry her. Like one crazy woman.
Thank you, honey child.
You think that it's gonna come because you need to read that? She say you think it's gonna come and take you out and leave you and carry the rest. You stink ass going with her about it. That's a stupid thing you went and say.
All right, my dear, leave me there. Next caller. What a hot mess.
Hello.
Hi.
This was a master class in human rights law, contract law,
trespassing law, defamation law, slander.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the student never wanted to take heed. She didn't want to listen to the experts.
So then why did she show up to class?
I don't know, boy. I don't know.
I'm so happy that it's unfortunate the situation that we're talking about.
Yeah.
What I'm happy about is that we could have a public discussion about this, because these are practical ways in which people intersect with the law on a daily basis, and sometimes don't realize the true nature of their interaction with others. And the one of your callers, Bilika, who he used to write legislation in Cayman, he's not here anymore. He wanted to teach the public a course on administrative law. At first, he wanted to teach the civil servants on administrative law, which could avoid a lot of, unnecessary friction with the public. And he was prevented from doing so by the chief law enforcement officer. And
the chief law enforcement officer would be the commissioner of police?
Sorry, the attorney general.
Oh, okay.
And listen, much of our frustrations could be dealt with if people were being genuine and they understood the realities of the situation. A lot of our frustrations could be avoided. Now, you're not going to avoid someone who knows better, but don't care to do better.
Right.
That's not going to be addressed. But at least the more the public understands these issues properly, the easier we'll be able to address these types of situations. So while it's unfortunate about, why she's in this situation, I'm very thankful for CMR for putting on this master class on law.
Well, we tried, but she didn't want to hear the truth, and I think that there's also a lesson in that, you might not want to hear something that is factually correct, but it is what it is. And the law, for all of its failings, I will say that the law in some areas, given some scenarios, is actually quite precise. And that's why, he said to her, and it was important that she only mentioned it after the question was put to her specifically, and then her mind started to think about it, was that letter shared with anybody else? Was it read out? And then she claims, oh yeah, he read it. She never mentioned that before. And that's why it's a bit of a hard story to believe. But when you bring a lawsuit, you're the one who has to prove the allegations that you are claiming. Even if it's a civil suit, the burden is on you to prove what you say. So if she claims that somebody has defamed her, she has to prove it. The other thing that the two lawyers didn't say, and I think that they just didn't want to deal with the madness, is that bringing her down in the esteem or estimation of other people, which means that they would have held her in higher regard, is also important. Who does she think in this country actually holds her in high regard? Who doesn't already think that she's batshit crazy is the real question. So even if, because that's the test, even if this man read it aloud, right? That means that the people around her would have reasonably thought less of her. Because of her own actions, people already think less of her in this country anyway. So she still couldn't meet the bar. So she was missing so much of what was being said that it is quite unfortunate.
Well, I don't know what was actually done, but let's just think about whether Mr. Foster would have read it aloud. Think about how exceptional of a circumstance that would have been.
Well, she said the store manager, Mario, handed it to her and he read it aloud. I don't believe that for 1 second.
Well, you see, what I'm saying is doing something like that would be so unusual that I am a bit reluctant to believe. Of course.
So, I think most sensible people are, really.
Yeah.
But anyhow, there you go, my love. Very good.
Take care.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All righty. That's what you call a hot mess, and then some, folks. Quite striking. She doesn't want to believe it. That's a matter for her. But the law is very, very clear. Okay. You can believe what you want to believe, but the law is the law. And we're not saying that the law is perfect. We're not saying that it works all the time. By no stretch of the imagination is anybody saying that. But a lot of times it more works than not. Let me put it that way. And, you can't use arguments when you're unhappy with the result that the law doesn't work. Come on, lady, you got to do better than that. So I wish Lavelle the best of luck. Obviously, she's got some serious issues. I purposely kept my cool this morning. It would have been very, very easy for me to curse her off and start off the new year on a bang today. But I decided to keep my cool because I wanted to not give her any excuses, because she's always looking for an excuse to cuss and carry on. And we can see when she wasn't getting her way, when she wasn't making any headway, she just kept going and going again. Someone said, she does admit to having children. She's got children in this community. In fact, someone said that she has a daughter that is a senior manager at one of the accounting firms, recently got married. They said, why is she even on NAU? Why is her daughter, who has a very good job, threw a big birthday bashment over the weekend at Pedro Castle, why is her daughter not assisting her? Well, that's a good question. And this is perhaps a difficult question as well, because I think that at the end of the day, her children don't have anything to do with her. And I believe that some of the older children have been burdened because of her mental health diagnosis and issues. They have been burdened with having to raise the younger siblings. So they probably don't see that she's ever been a good mother to them and that they don't have any obligation to her. Now, do they have an obligation in law? If you're senior management and you have a manager at an accounting firm and you have a good job, do you have an obligation to take care of your mom, even if she's batshit crazy? Like, why should she be relying on NAU? They're going to be like, listen, she doesn't stay with us. I don't know how far the NAU law goes. Somebody said, Lavelle just proved today what we already knew. She's crazy. Her status needs to be revoked for her safety and ours. Well, more so for ours, because I don't think she's not going to probably do nothing to herself. We're the ones who are at risk. And it's unfortunate that we take on people with mental health issues and then they're not willing to get themselves any help. This person says that her daughter disowned her from high school. It might even be the situation where she emancipated from her mom. I kind of was wondering that, actually. So if that is the case, I guess even legally, she would not have any obligations to take care of the mother. It is a very, very sad situation. It's sad for the people of the Cayman Islands, first and foremost, that we have to constantly put up with this madness. And it's not going to change. I can tell you that the only thing that will change here, if somehow we're able to deport her and get rid of her, or if, something else happens to her. Other than that, it's not going to change. Very, very unfortunate. Wow. I don't know what else to say, except the crazy is obvious. El Rey says, I learned something today. She not easy, says Soka. It's so obvious that, So Woody, you might want to extend that to lifetime ban after what we heard today. Folks, you don't get to dictate to someone what they can and can't do with their business. And you saw her attitude. Her attitude was, she went to Woody Foster and she told him, well, you got it wrong and you can't ban me. And you think you can continue to show up. That is the very definition of madness, It's so shocking that she thinks that she is running the show around Cayman. We might as well make her premier of the Cayman Islands. What the hell? Anyway, Fosters, we stand with you. Thank you, because I can tell you one thing for sure, that we were getting sick and tired of going there and having these beggars all over the place. It really brings down the store and the, eyes of the shoppers, and we don't want that. So I'm glad to know that you're cleaning it up. And I have noticed others who used to circle around there with their bicycles. I haven't seen them in a while either. So thank you for doing that. And now we know that the Fosters group is taking a concerted effort to clean up the place. And, there's nothing wrong with that. If she was really collecting funds for Cuba, and I want to see what Cuban, somebody said earlier that no Cuban's not eating from her, but I want to see how these funds were going to get to Cuba. You can't even pay your own water bill. You're living, I'm going to say it again, you're living off of NAU. So instead of you worrying about Cubans, maybe you need to worry about feeding yourself so that you can come off of NAU and go get a real job. I'm just saying, right? There are legitimate agencies on this island and people who have done collections for Cubans and other people, both in Cayman and overseas, who, have resources to help those people. So I don't even know why she thought she had to take it upon herself to try to do that. But She claims the box of food is sitting on her porch. Gabby said earlier, when you go by her house down in Randyke, you would think that a mad person lives there. Sue says that we can't argue with madness. Unbelievable. Unbelievable is the right word. We sure got an extended show today. Lord Jesus, y'all should not be complaining when we cut it off at a regular time. Magna Carter 345 says, what a menace she is to K-Man. And indeed she is. And, you know, I would not mind if there was some loophole in the law that allowed us to get rid of her. Like next time she leaves, somebody said, put a stop notice in place. I would not mind that at all. Someone says, fine, they can't take the criminally insane in the new madhouse, but surely this morning is good enough proof that Lavelle is a prime candidate for moving in. Give her her own bungalow. We would have no issues with that. This person says public nuisance, public mischief. She is a nuisance. Someone says, I'm going to hire Lavelle as my attorney. Kuya! Lord Jesus. And they come in for their human rights. They come in for their brownies because that's their human rights. It's so sad that people don't understand the very basics of things like human rights and stuff. You don't have no human rights as it relates to another individual or business. Your human rights is the government. What a mess. Gabby says, Sandy, she can use Cubans for an excuse and want to so-called take the money for herself. She claims that she was telling people, I mean, even what she was doing is crazy. Now, when you think about it, imagine going into somebody's business, seeing total strangers, asking them, let's accept her version of the story, asking them to purchase food for you and then give it to the security guard out front. The security guard that fosters is paying to do another job. You gonna walk into somebody's business and tell them that they must stand there and collect goods for you? Make that sink in. I don't know if y'all really missed that point, but even that is crazy. I was like, I didn't want to take her up on the point because I was really trying to give her an opportunity to talk and express herself. But I'm like, who does that? You don't own Foster's. You don't own Price Right. Oh my God. Magna Carter says years and years of her menacing behavior and still no action, yet any you fueling it. Good old K-Mankind. That is, it's a hot mess. It's absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, good folks, that's all I got. I'm sure I need to be getting to work and doing something around you. Please be good, folks. I don't even know what to say, except this is a calamity of huge proportions. Clearly, she needs some kind of professional help. I don't know if what, Dr. Lockhart diagnosed her with her all those years ago, if that diagnosis needs to be revised. But I think clearly we can see that something is wrong with her. There's no two ways about that. Shaka Zulu says that we need to pitch the cold hard truth, Cayman Islands, to U.S. TV network. Well, child, I know we'd be more interesting than that so-called reality show that they had that made it through one season. You're welcome. He says, Christopher says, thanks for the extended show today. Started 2025 with a kaboom. Kaboom! See y'all tomorrow morning, honey child.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.